Hello and welcome to another edition of Zombiepalooza Radio. Thank you for coming. I'm very excited to be able to bring on some of these really amazing guests this evening. Before I start to do that, though, I want to make sure that I get my co-host in his seat and glued in. So I'm looking for Dead Door William. Dead Door, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Of course I'm here. I need to solve that.
All right, DD, we got a big show tonight, and a really big show tonight. I'm gonna go. No, your sounds are a bit crunchy. But we'll deal. We'll see what's going on. All right. So on our first hour, we're going to have Toby Sells. Been trying to get this guy on for about 2 years now, maybe a little longer. He's done some amazing work with, maybe a show you're a little familiar with, The Walking Dead, but he has also been a part of Zombieland and Hunger Games, Catching Fire, and a few other really cool things going on there. Our second hour is Philip Cable. Philip Cable is an amazing individual in the art of film, and he has been doing a number of videos online, which is some of the reason why it caught my attention to see what his story is all about. Then on third hour, we have Michael Aguirre. Michael Aguirre, he started AZ Corpse Crew quite a number of years back, and I think I've known him for about 3.5 years now, and I've watched how some of his stuff has just gone through some really amazing changes. And lately, he's been doing some work on some music videos, something to do with legs and such. And so that's going to be a little interesting to see what he brings to the plate. Then on our fourth hour, we have a dear friend of ours that I met about 3.5 years ago, again, too. His name is Eric Fox. You may recognize the name from a show called Face Off, but Eric, he has his own stuff that he is doing now. He's got his own makeup company, makeup production company, makes masks and other prosthetics, and does some other really cool videos. He is on a lot at 4:20. That would be Pacific time, and he comes on and he does videos almost every day, quite extensive. Take you through making a prosthetic mask, or he does other things too, takes questions, and does that all on Facebook Live. And on our fifth hour, we have John Rain, and he has about 30-40 years in the entertainment industry. He's worked with a number of large named bands, and has a real amazing personal story to tell. And so we're really excited about that. He also has about 15 years in the film industry, so we're going to be keeping that film concept going out through the entire 5 hours. DD, are you ready for this?
Always. Every weekend. I love this. I can't wait. Let's get going. Yay.
All right, I'm going to go and see if I can get him to click that link and bring him on.
Sales, come on down, please.
All right. All right, so we're going to bring him on.
So I'm looking at Toby Sells' IMDb.
I know, it's crazy stuff, huh?
Dead Rising, and...
If he comes into the room, let me know, because I can't see the room right now. I'm going and pulling up his pages and things of that sort.
Outcast, Double Dawn.
We are waiting for Toby Sells, and yeah, some pretty amazing things. I found some stuff laying around.
Were you from Australia?
Look,
Oh, breakfast.
that's what Dee Dee had for breakfast this morning.
Yeah, she had to take a picture of it.
Yep. Okay, where is he? He says he pushed the link, and I don't see him. Oh, no. All right, give me a minute. Dee, entertain while we go and try and figure this out.
I'm guessing Toby is local to Georgia because I'm noticing a lot of Georgia TV shows and films in here on his IMDb. Walking Dead, Teen Wolf, originals. And he's done some acting too.
Mm-hmm. I posted some videos and things of that sort that he has done over the past number of years. Okay.
He's worked in sound and the art department and the art department. Oh, he's fabricated props. Ooh.
A lot of those.
Yeah.
So let's see if I can get him in this way. Ah, fun times. All right, let's see if we can get him in. Hello, everyone that is watching. Working on trying to bring him into call. We're having just a little bit of a technical glitch going on. I'm working on it as fast as I can.
And I want to say hi to the chat. Hello, Dino. Make sure you like, subscribe, share, and hit that bell for your notifications every Saturday night at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And Toby is here.
Oh, good. Lovely. Thank you.
Hey, this thing's working.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Yeah,
All
sorry,
right.
I think I'm technically challenged.
Oh, don't worry about that. We got you, and I've got a visual on you. It's a little bit lagging, but I think it's trying to catch up. Sometimes Wi-Fi and things of that sort, when they're working to catch into the feed, they take a little bit of time to catch up. So, all right, I want to bring
and we
you.
got storms here in Georgia too.
Yeah, I'm sure there's that going on too. All right, so I want to welcome you to the show properly. This is, well, you already know who I am, Jackie Chin, but my first chair co-host is Deaddoor William. He's a zombie. I think you're a little familiar with working with zombies, aren't you?
Just a little bit.
A little bit.
To the point of no return.
Good evening, Toby, and welcome to the show.
Hey, how are you?
I'm dead. I'm doing great.
All right, so yes.
I was just going to say to Deaddoor, I know he's in Georgia, so he must be enjoying the unseasonable chilly weather we're having. Well,
Yeah.
Sorry about that, folks. That means I'm on the air.
Yes, you are on the air, definitely. All right, so you're on for the first time. We've been trying to get you onto the show for about 2 years now, and very thankful that you have the time to be able to join us. I don't want to waste any more of your time, so let's get right to it.
Well, thanks for having me.
Please tell, for people who do not know who you are yet, tell them who you are, what it is that you do, and what your latest project is.
Hi, everybody. I'm Toby Sells. I'm a special effects makeup artist. I'm currently working on doing prep work, which means we're in the shop building prosthetics and dummies and puppets and things for a movie that we're shooting next month in Detroit, Michigan. It's called Dead Rising. And believe it or not, it's a zombie movie. So it's actually the first zombie thing I've done in 2 years. So as tired as I was getting of them, I think I was starting to miss them. So.
You have, tell us a little bit about your experience in working with zombies and how you kind of got into that. And then we're going to talk some shop about what it is to make practical effects.
Ah, wow. Well, the zombie genre, of course, has been around for years. And I started out in makeup effects back in the mid 80s. So there were a few zombie movies, but there was a lot more stuff going on besides zombies. Lots of horror, lots of monsters, you know, Freddy, Jason, all those guys. So we kind of saw not a disappearance of zombies in the movies, but kind of a vacation for them for maybe most of the 80s and 90s, you know, compared to today. So actually the first little zombie thing I did here in my shop was about, I don't know, 11, 12 years ago. It was an indie film called Dance of the Dead, which was a zombie comedy. It was in, didn't do the theater thing, but, you know, the DVD release and all that, and it did really well. So that was kind of getting my feet wet again, and it was fun. It was a comedy, so when, you know, on the technical end, they wanted them a little more humorous versus something like you would see on The Walking Dead. So it was fun. Went on, we did other things. And then I got a call from Tony Gardner out in LA, who was the makeup effects designer on Zombieland. And I got hired on that. So I worked about 3 months on Zombieland, which turned out to be, in my opinion, the movie that kind of brought that genre back to life. Then 2 days after I wrapped up on Zombieland, I went and worked on a movie called Crazies, which George Romero remake. They weren't technically zombies; they were kind of infected, but still, it was considered a zombie movie. Did that. Did for Rob Hall, Almost Human Effects out in LA. And then maybe a year and a half later, Rob calls me and we did the sequel to Quarantine, which was Quarantine 2, which had infected type zombies. So at that point, I realized I couldn't get away from zombies. And then that spring, I get a call from Greg Nicotero, like, hey, we're going to be in Atlanta doing a TV show. It's called The Walking Dead. And I'm like, oh, yeah, comic book. And he was, no, it's a graphic novel. So I was whipped into shape real quick with that. So I was lucky enough to get to work 4 seasons for Greg on The Walking Dead. And meanwhile, with my own shop, we've done other little zombie things here and there. And, you know, I joke with a lot of people like, oh, God, not another zombie movie. But, it pays the mortgage, it pays the mortgage.
Right. Got to do what you got to do. All right, I did a little digging on you, and it was lovely because I could dig lots. I saw videos, I saw interviews, I saw different kinds of things that you put up yourself, and I was very, very pleased at the amount of information that is out there about you. Also, first, before I go anywhere else, I want to give a huge shout out to all of your Facebook fans that have been writing in and celebrating your craft and your abilities. We've had a number of people that have put pictures up, and if there's any questions out there, if you've gotten any questions from any of your fans, or if while we are doing the broadcast, DD, he is on the YouTube side where they can make comments and all that. So DD, please let me know. And since we're there, are there any questions so far from the room?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, so special effects. Tell me the difference between special effects and practical effects.
Well, honestly, I usually get that question only worded just a little differently. It's usually, what's the difference between special effects and special makeup effects? But practical effects is also kind of in a lump sum category of both practical makeup effects and special effects. Pardon me, it's the diet beverage that I'm trying not to advertise here. I apologize. But the biggest difference is between special effects, and I hear a lot of kids go, yeah, I'm a special effects artist. And I don't want to be like a wise ass, but this is what I say. Oh, so you make it rain and fog and explosions. And that pretty much kind of sums it up. You know, I work with a lot of special effects guys, and they do just phenomenal things. But they, like I said, they do explosions and rain and fire and even simple things on set when a light has to bust, or, you know, they're in charge of that kind of stuff. Special makeup effects it's not makeup. I don't like being called a makeup artist because I don't do regular makeup. But we do anything that will alter the face, you know, with prosthetics and stuff that you can't do with regular, you know, blush and powder and all that stuff.
Right.
But we don't just deal with the actor. We do, you know, puppets of people and animals and creatures. We do creature suits, a lot of body parts. You know, some prop guys and special effects will do body parts, but for the most part, we do those things because that usually involves bringing an actor in and doing a face cast or a head cast, body cast, and reproduce.
Talk a little bit about that. You also do animatronics too. So I want to give kind of sort of a rundown of the different kinds of things that you can do that would be considered practical effects or yeah, like that, practical effects. All right, so you're talking about facial deformation, and you're talking about like ears and nose and things like that. There
Right.
was a show that a lot of people like to watch that there are a lot of kinds of situations where you need to have different kinds of those types of facial structures that are different because you need to be able to have them stand out and not be all the same. So talk about what it is like for you to be able to make one of these special pieces and go through the process of how it's created.
Okay, well, for example, let's say we're going to do an old age makeup, which to me is one, more challenging, and two, even more fun than a horror, you know, makeup, wounds, creatures, things like that. I don't know what's going on with that alarm, but must have overslept. It's more challenging. I did a few of the Tyler Perry movies where we turned Tyler into this character, Uncle Joe, who's an elderly African American guy who I personally think is funnier than me. But the way we did that is we did a face cast of Tyler Perry, and then from that we reproduce his entire face or head. And we do a series of molds. First of all, we'll make a mold of what we call the live cast, the initial pour of the mold that we took off of originally. So it's, you know, so to speak. That way we can make copies of the actor's head, you know, several times over. So we do a silicone mold of that. So with that, we'll make what we call a positive. And that is what we sculpt to take this 40-some-year-old actor and try to make him look 80. So we do all the sculpture on that. We actually have to break those pieces down into separate sections. That way it's not just a mask.
Right.
For instance, the upper nose and the upper lip, the chin separate. We usually do a neck piece, jowls, and forehead.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this is not done in 2 days. So what we do is once we break that sculpture down into separate pieces, we actually have to make separate copies of those areas that we sculpted on, like the cheek, the nose. Those are called positives. And then we go in and we soak the head that we did the sculpture on in water, and we have a release agent that we put on before we ever did the sculpture. So when the water hits it, those pieces kind of float off in this big, huge vat of water. We take those pieces, put on the positives, sculpture, blend the edges down, and make a negative mold of that. So then you've got pulled apart, clean clay out. You've got a copy of the nose of the actor and the brushing of the sculpture. And that's where we'll either inject foam latex or silicone into to make the piece. So that's the quick version. Just, you know, kind of give you an idea of how much work goes into all this.
About how long does that process take?
I've done an old age makeup in 2 weeks, but that was like 18-hour days for people besides myself. So
now, how long
you know,
does
that's rushing it.
Jane, Dee, you got a lot of feedback in your line. I'm hearing a lot of like really bad feedback. So I need you probably to go out and come back in. Thank you very much. All right. So so this process takes in just a regular situation about 2 weeks, but 2 weeks working 18
That's the quick version.
Yeah. So, you know, we had a nice conversation a few days ago about the ideas of some of these younger people that are coming into special effects and thinking that, okay, they've seen this show called Face Off, or they watch other shows that are like it, and they think that these things can be turned around in like 3 days to a week. Talk to us about the importance of why that is just not realistic, especially when you're working on, say, a film.
Oh, well, I'll be as delicate as I can. First of all, Face Off it's a TV show. You know, it's catered towards an audience that is interested in what we do, but it also is pulling in a lot of newer kids. Not that they don't have talent, but they're also throwing them into this arena. And if you look over the seasons, all these makeups have this very stylized look.
Right.
I think that's where some of the, and let me say this, don't think I'm dissing anybody on the show, because there are some really incredible, you know, artists on there. But I think the reality of it is you've got to be able to do a lot of, I won't say boring,
Right,
but not so flashy makeups. There's, I think, a big misconception with some of the younger kids, though, that they'll see the show and it's like, oh, wow, this is done so quick. And then if they're lucky enough to get into the business, to get some work, I think they're really shocked and disappointed that it takes a lot longer. It's a lot more work. It's not as flashy and glamorous as they thought it was going to be. It's really a dirty job. Sorry, I was on the show, but it is. It's what's the word I'm looking for? It's just not glamorous. I think some of the and behind the scenes segments make it look, because I was the same way in the late 70s and early 80s, seeing all these different things, you know, on Showtime, HBO, the behind the scenes look, and then make it look so sanitary and glamorous. So it's I think that's the biggest misconception, is
right.
we're not even blue collar workers. We're no collar workers. We're usually wearing monster t-shirts that are covered in plaster and rubber.
Talk a little bit about what your average day is once you get a project, or maybe actually, do you want to talk about that first, or do you want to talk about what it takes for you to be able to say yes to a project?
Oh wow! Oh, we'll start with yes to a project.
Okay.
I've learned that if you don't have anything going at the time, and you can make a profit on a project, even if it's a little one, you don't say no, unless it's just something that's super uber terrible. I read last year in 2016, I read almost close to 300 scripts. and I ended up doing about 6 of those. Half of the 3 out of those 6 were by choice because there wasn't the money that I would have liked to have made, and but they were good films.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's sometimes it comes down not only to money, as if it's a big steaming pile of you know what, then sometimes you don't want to do it. And I've made the mistake of judging a script before and turning it down, and then a year later see it in theaters, you know, and it's all the talk. I think we've all done that.
Right. Yeah. There's particular things that we should have probably said yes to, but we looked at it at first and went, I don't think so. All right. So I do a lot of photography. I'm not a professional photographer, but I do a lot of photography. And I know that I have to take at least a couple of good 100, maybe 300 pictures just to get that few that I was like, okay, I like the lighting. I like the way all the construction looks and all of that. So completely understand what that's like, because sometimes people think that if you have a really big name and you've been doing film and work for as long as what you have, that you'll just take whatever comes down the pike. That's not the case. Although yes, you've got to eat, but you know. So, and what about the other 3 that you decided to say yes to?
Oh, they were still good films, you know. It's I don't know. I kind of go by that gut feeling. I mean, if I only look at the dollar sign, like, oh, this is not much of a profit for anybody, you know, I won't do it. I probably would not work much at all, especially nowadays. The industry's gotten so cheap when it comes to what we do. They think that one, we do it, you know, in a couple of days, and that I've just got some kind of magic microwave that we punch a button on and poof, you know.
Yeah.
There's a mechanical wolf puppet, you know, in 2 days. That'll be $50 next. You know, it doesn't work.
No, you know, we were talking the other day too about expectations of some of these younger film creatives, that they think that because they've seen particular things that they know how most of it's supposed to work, and then when they get to show someone like you who has been in the profession for as long as you have, and you look at it and you go, well, I can do it like this, or I can do it like this, or I'm not going to be able to do it at all because you only have a certain amount of money.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's, I think we were talking about, I'd mentioned that, yeah, it's show business. There's a word in there, business, which, you know, it's not, there's a big joke in the industry. It's not show friends, it's show business. So I can't do you a solid. And you would be shocked at how many of those calls I get. And I'm a pretty nice guy. I hate to say no to anybody, but at the same time, I have a heart murmur, and there may be a chance someday I need a valve replacement. I just don't see a cardiovascular surgeon doing me a solid. So, because that's the way he makes it.
Talk a little bit about the importance of being paid for the work that you do, and not necessarily on the high end of things, but even for some of these people who have a medium range and indie talent and are starting to move up the ladder and have done a good number of productions. We'll say maybe 5 or 6 productions, and they're really getting into their groove to start going up into the middle echelon. Tell us the importance of being recognized and being paid at least something for what you do.
Well, I mean, it's very important. This is what we do for a living. That's the rock bottom part of it. But yeah, you'll run across directors and producers, writers that are up and coming, and they're doing really well independently. And some of these people I've worked with, and they went on to do major studio pictures. And some remember you and pull you along, and some act like they never met you. And you know, it's just the way it is. But I mean, when I take on a project, it's like, all right, I know how, I usually just cut to the chase in the first two conversations I have with them. You know, one, what's the budget of the entire movie? And two, what's the makeup effects budget? You know, let's just start there and we can figure out what we can do on that budget versus me spending a week, you know, at my desk and a calculator trying to figure out, you know, a bid for this job, which sometimes scares them away. And it's just a waste of time. That's a week of, you know, money that I may or may not make.
Right.
So I just, you know, how much money you have? Oh, you have $50,000. Well, you got $300,000 worth of makeup effects here. So what I do is I start looking at the way they're going to shoot it. You know, if you're lucky, they have storyboards.
Right.
Once every 10 movies. But you just have to figure out a way to do it. And I guess that is, you know, part of the experience factor is, I think I was telling you that we will go all out for an effect and the director will spend 2 hours shooting it. And then you go see the final cut and you barely see it. And I'm like, what happened? Well, I knew we were going to edit it out, but I just wanted it there to play with. And I'm thinking, that's $10,000 that we could have spent on the other stuff that you had on screen for 45 seconds and made it look better, you know, because ultimately if it doesn't look up to par, then it looks like the bozo. You know?
Right, and it's got your name on it, but the other part of it is you have a crew of your own that you are responsible for making their paycheck, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I without getting into a lot of detail, there's a couple of things we've worked on that we're still waiting to get paid on. You know, I rely on those people, and the people in the shop rely on me. So it's not always a fair business, you know, and I'm usually the last one to get paid.
I understand that part of it. Really, really. All right. I want to take a little bit of a turn. We're still talking what you need to be able to make an effective on the screen. One of them, one of those elements that we were talking about yesterday is the necessity of research. And many will find that quite interesting that you actually do have to do research. Like say if you're creating a look that is perhaps caused by a virus.
Yeah, I'm going through that right now. And we went through that on other shows. And we were discussing, you know, zombie movies. And let me kind of back up. You know, in my mind, and I think in a lot of other people's minds, there's kind of two types of zombies. There's the staple now, which is the Walking Dead zombie. I mean, they don't get any better than that. Greg's guys are just the best. Shout out to, you know, his crew, because they're phenomenal. They're sculptors, the makeup guys, everybody. So they kind of set like a benchmark in the zombie genre now. And you see a lot of indie films kind of copying that look, or at least trying to copy that look. But a lot of stuff that I've done has been viruses. Is I talk to doctors.
Mm-hmm.
It's sometimes hard to get into. It's hard to walk into the CDC here in Atlanta without getting looked at. But I talk to people there. I do lots of research on the internet. And it's amazing how many viruses that can affect the body that make them appear to be pretty messed up. And rabies being one of the biggest ones. You know, with the Ebola and all these other things, there's different things that will, you know, different characteristics of different viruses that will grab and kind of apply into a makeup design. They're writing right now, which I tell you about as far as the design, but it's a challenge because I don't want to do something I've done before or someone else has done before. But you can only go so far until you go, well, let's make him, you know, look like a big lumpy sore, and you know, we don't want to do that. We want to still see some humanity in the character. So
it's not
it's just fun.
From what you were saying the other day, it's not really easy to do a creation like that and make sure that the element of humanity is still within that element.
Yeah, I mean, if you're doing a creature quote, you know, then you get to remove some of the humanity. But if you do someone who's infected by a disease, or they've been dead and they come back to life and they're all rotten, there's still humanity there, because we all know what the decaying bodies look like, you know.
Right.
Whether we've seen them firsthand or, you know, with the internet, there's nothing you can't see. So yeah, to me, I think that's what makes these characters scary, is there is some humanity to it, and there is this slight possibility that maybe there would be some virus that could affect people like that. You know, we all remember the bath salts.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Oh.
You know, drugs, but still, look how crazy he acted. There's a certain element of I won't say realism, but the possibility of real life. You know, who knows with all the germ warfare?
Absolutely.
Really, if you really think about it.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to switch gears on you a little bit. You have done a number of different shows and have been connected with a ton of projects, too many that I can't list all right here because we'd be talking for about 2 or 3 hours on that. You have your own makeup effects house. Talk about
Shop
that.
House Lab. Everybody calls them different things. Yeah, it's nothing huge, you know. When I first moved to Atlanta, I actually rented a warehouse, and I felt like I couldn't fill it up. So, you know, and the other thing about having a warehouse like that is, with the business up and down, you might be busy for 3 months, and then you're just kind of floating along for a few months. That overhead gets to be really scary. So, after me and my wife got married, we ended up buying a house. And one of the things that I was looking at, because I was one of the lucky people in the world that got to know Dick Smith. I used to go up to his home in Larchmont, New York, and hang out in his basement shop. And this was Dick Smith. And if anybody's watching and don't know who Dick Smith is, shame on you.
Look at it. Look him up.
Look him up, Dick Smith. So yeah, he got a studio in his basement. I mean, this guy did all these great movies: The Exorcist, The Hunger with David Bowie, and Amadeus, this great makeup, all this stuff. He did all this in his home studio. So when we were looking at houses, the one that we bought, the basement was very similar to his, and I wished it could have been bigger, but it was just kind of like, yeah, all right, let's do this. And the first couple of years, it was great. And now I'm running out of room. It's, you know, constantly, I've got storage units with thousands of molds and body parts and heads and all that. But the upswing is I come downstairs, I make my coffee, play with the dogs, go downstairs and go to work. So
the cool thing about what you're saying there is, so many people think they have to have a building that they go to that has a big name on it, and it's got all of this different lights and things and all that, and that they consider that to be success. But
yeah, that's the furthest thing from the truth, because I see that all the time, and ultimately it's what you produce, not where you produce it. And you know, when I was young, I would dream of having this huge shop. The same, you know, first time I ever went to Rick Baker's. If you don't know who Rick Baker is, Google him. Shame on you if you don't. I went to Rick Baker's shop in Los Angeles, and it was like Disneyland. You know, here was Harry and the Hendersons up in the mezzanine, and all these gorillas and apes from all these different movies. And
you have a gorilla story yourself. I know that, but I'll let you continue your line.
All right. I'm trying to think which gorilla stories you're talking about. But yeah, there was a certain appeal about a big shop, and I won't lie, you know, it was cool. It was like, but I mean, ultimately, you know, the way the business is today, unless you're one of the super heavy hitters, you know, like K&B, you know, Craig, Nick Chero, Howard Burtis shop, sometimes it's really hard to keep a shop up like that.
But you know, there's no shame in doing it like that. I mean, you have been
I'm
in the
not ashamed at all.
for very
competitors,
right.
Some of my competitors who I love and respect as people always try to do me at that, and I'm like, hey, to each his own. You know,
yeah, that's an inspiration to the indies. That's an inspiration to the indies that are out there, to let them know that if they're creating in their basement or their garage or their attic or their wherever, it's all good. It's all good. Your gorilla
it's
story.
ultimately about what you do, not where you do it.
I think one of your very first masks you ever made as a practical effect was a gorilla mask.
Yeah, this is the one I did when I was 10.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. So I see what you're alluding to. So what you're trying to say is, how did you get into this without saying?
No, I'm not going there. You brought up gorilla, and I was like, I have a gorilla story I know about you, and we are not going to go to that point. What we are going to do though is we're gonna go over to Dick Smith. I also, like I told you, I did some digging on you, and Dick Smith gave you a line, and I believe the quote was, "Are your lights on?"
Are my lights on? My God, what am I drawing a blank on this one?
Do you remember when you were talking with Dick Smith, and he said you were talking about making films and working, and he said what really matters is, are your lights on?
Yeah. This is when we were discussing, if you get into it for the money, don't do it, you know. But at the same time, you know, it's a business, and you got to make a living. And if your lights are on, then you're doing okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we're going to go over to.
I'm foggy with all the Dick Smith quotes because I've got
a lot.
You know, 30 years of phone conversations. I talked to him. It got to the point, you know, when he had retired and he was living out in Burbank. He would just call me up to shoot the crap, and it was not about makeup. It was about life. It was about marriage and health and politics and religion, the stuff that you talk to your grandfather about. And that was more cool, I think, than listening to his stories about Sir Laurence Olivier and stuff like that.
All right, we're going to go over to you being a featured guest on Discovery Channel's favorite show of mine, Dirty Jobs. What did you end up doing on Dirty Jobs?
Well, there again, the zombie thing. Wow, I should be on Zombiepalooza or something.
Something like that. I don't know. What is that show? I keep hearing about it.
That happened as kind of a fluke. When the show first came out, one of my interns that I had at the time asked me if I watched the show, and I was like, no, that sounds kind of cool. Yeah, he goes to different places and does the jobs.
Mm-hmm.
Pardon me, these diet, I know I'm not allowed to advertise.
Don't worry about it.
Diet drinks.
That thing. You need to start drinking coffee, dude.
It's too late in the evening. I've already had my 7 gallons of coffee. I always do a little soda.
You see the size of this cup here?
Jeez.
I know, right?
You have to pay like tag taxes on that thing?
This is
Anyway,
there's shout out to my alumni. I did go to college and graduated. Wow.
yeah,
Anyway.
that's scary. I did too.
I should
But yeah,
I should have had a black one, tactical black or something like that, but whatever.
yeah. So yeah, so he was telling me about the show, and I thought, yeah, that sounds cool. You know, I'll have to check it out. And then the next week I watched it, and I told him, I was like, yeah, it was a really cool show. And I was just BSing. I was like, yeah, that was great. You know, write him and told him to come do one here, and went back to work. You know, just BSing. And a couple of weeks later, he comes in and goes, "You'll never guess what? I actually sent them an email, and they want to put you on the show." And I was like, "What?" So that's kind of how it happened. Yeah, they would have done somebody else eventually, so I just got lucky. But all I did was we only had a day to actually shoot the episode. So there was not going to be like, I really wanted to do like an old age makeup on Mike Bro, the host, but that meant bringing in, you know, several weeks early, doing the live cast, and him going doing his thing, and us doing the sculpts, the molds, and producing the pieces, and they couldn't really schedule out their season that way. So what did we do? We turned Mike into a zombie. So, but what's funny is if you do see the show, we do a live cast of Mike, and then we turn around and we did do a teeth cast, and we actually did like some quick teeth that we didn't make that day. And then the next thing you know, I had my friend Bill Johnson, who also lives here in my neck of the woods in Atlanta, who's a professional makeup effects artist. He's done a lot of great things, very talented, known him since 1984.
You've been on some of his shows too.
Yeah. Worked for him.
All that too.
Man, you didn't do your research.
All over the place. Told you I was sweating bullets. I wasn't lying.
Wow. But yeah, so we do this, you know, do these zombie appliances on him. But the kind of the way it looks is like we did all this in one day, but we were just using generic pieces because if you notice, we don't even pull his face cast out until the end, you know, and he's made up like a zombie. And so don't believe you see, you know, what you see on these makeup TV shows.
Watch it. You also make a number of prosthetics for different kinds of films. One is We Are the Millers. You made a particular prosthetic for that happens to go along really well with the male and something like that. And if you want to go ahead and talk a little bit about that, because sometimes it's not all
I think we could
legs and stuff.
Am I allowed to say the medical
Go
term
ahead.
for it?
You may.
Okay. All right, cool. I didn't want to have to say something like weenie. Yeah, I've weenie. Or if you're in Germany, Avina. So yeah, I'm going. I'm letting you laugh. Do your little snigger thing.
All right. Come on. He's gonna say words.
She'll lose her breath.
Help me out, DD.
What did he say? Okay. All right. So, is he here or is he not?
He's.
I'm here. I'm listening. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, so I've done several prosthetic male members for different TV shows.
He means penises.
Penises. So my mom may be watching this, you know, but
pieces parts.
You know, I know. Gosh, penis.
No, right? You also made some prosthetics for Wanderlust, Hall Pass,
yes.
And the series. Okay, Hall Pass.
Yeah, Hall Pass. Did you see Hall Pass?
Haven't seen that one yet. I'm going to watch.
Well, I won't
watch that without your
kids. It's more of an adult film. But I'll tell you a great thing about Wanderlust. If anybody's seen the movie Wanderlust, it had Jennifer Aniston, Paul Rudd, Justin Theroux, Jennifer and he are now a couple. We got the Romance Bloom. So yeah, there was a character that was a nudist, and he didn't really feel comfortable being really nude. So this particular prosthetic penis I didn't make. It was made by Matthew Mongrel out in LA, and so I was just in charge of gluing the prosthetic penises on every day onto an actor named Jolo Trulio, who's really funny. And long story short, that was about a 3-month show, and my nickname, which was given me by Jennifer Aniston, and it stuck, was Penis Guy. So that's not a bad thing coming from Jennifer Aniston. In fact,
No!
I already bought my tombstone. It says, "Here lies Penis Guy."
And those beautiful blue eyes that she has, and I think they're blue. I'm hoping they are. And when she looks at you and says that, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. Yeah, she's actually the first day I met her, she had no makeup on. She was in the makeup trailer, and I've been around a lot of A-list celebrities and actors, and you know, they're people. You get used to it, but I don't think I've ever been mesmerized by someone. She is so much more beautiful in person with no makeup on. It's always just like you know, that rarely happens. That happened with Schwarzenegger too. Not that he's beautiful, but I was just a big Schwarzenegger fan. So, you know.
Cool. I can get that. I understand that. Some of Toby's crests are. I'm gonna go down through the line of films and see how fast I can do this. All right, so we got Zombieland, Hunger Games, Catching Fire, The Walking Dead, Wanderlust, We Are the Millers, The Crazies, Hush, Blue Ruin. The following: Hap and Leonard, Outlaws and Angels, The Phenom, Eastbound and Down, and The Little Mermaid. What did you do for The Little Mermaid?
The Little Mermaid's not out yet. There's actually another film called The Little Mermaid that I saw a trailer for. This is a little up the scale. We did a particular character, which I'm not sure. I should have booked out my contract. I don't know if I can actually tell you which one he is or not. We didn't do the mermaid. We originally were, and there's actually a company now that does mermaid tales. So,
oh, okay.
They handled that. Though we did a character. Gosh, I really can't tell you what he is.
Okay, but you did something on there, and it's going to be cool. So watch it when it comes out.
Yeah, and I actually had had 2 face offers working for me on that. So, Jason Hodges and God, Derek. What's your last name, Derek? Derek Garcia.
Cool.
Yeah, and they handled it very well. Because it was shot in Savannah. I went down there for a week, established the makeup, and said, "Good luck, bye-bye. I'm going back to Atlanta." So, but I think it comes out maybe this summer or this fall. So it's a cute movie. It's got some good stuff in it.
Very cool. DD, do you
so
have
we
any?
Don't do just scary stuff.
Thank you. And I wanted to make sure I got that in there because you really do have a very broad range of character work that you do, and it is wonderful to be able to see someone that is so diversified, be able to move in and out of different kinds of genres and do it as well as you.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. The funny thing is, you don't get noticed for that. I mean, we've done a lot of animals, you know, injured animals for different TV shows and movies and stuff, and no one bats an eye. And I guess that's maybe a compliment because they think it's real. But you know, the horror thing is always the thing that everybody goes to. Oh, you know. So.
Do you have any questions for our current guest, please? DD? Oh, your sounds are
out of all the creations that you've done, what was the hardest one that you did? But at the end of it, you loved it so much. It came out perfect.
Can you translate that, Jackie? I heard
DD.
half
All
of it.
right, I'm going to translate for DD. DD, you have to come back, and you might have to do Plan B for me for this thing because we're having a little bit of issue. All right. So what he would like to know is, of all of the creations that you have made, which one was the most difficultest one that you had to do, and that you weren't sure if you were going to be able to pull it off, but in the end, it looked really wonderful.
That's about 80% of them. Jeez. My gosh, that's actually a good. When someone stumps me, it's a good question. That means I've not thought about that. The thing that we did in The Little Mermaid, we actually had a lot of crisscrossing in the design, you know, between us and production. I really was a little uncertain on how that was going to come out. I did several sculpts for the prosthetics, and yeah, I was a little uncertain about it. But once we got the prosthetics on the actor, and it all fell into place. It's a young lady here in town that does these fantastic lace hair pieces for wigs and stuff, and she, I think, really helped tie that whole makeup together. I can't tell you what pieces they were, I'll give it away. But yeah, that's a good example. I mean, honestly, I wasn't joking. A lot of the things that you do, you may have done them 1,000 times, but it's always shot in a different way, or it's on a different actor, or it's being used a different way. And I think a lot of people, we all try to act like we know exactly what we're doing, but we do about 80%, but then that little 20% margin of the difference of that. And the last time we did it, you know, like I said, how's it being shot? How's it being lit? So on and so forth. So yeah, a lot of times you just don't know how they're going to come out. But yeah, the Little Mermaid makeup was a good one.
Wonderful, wonderful. All right, so we're up at 8:57 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and unfortunately, I have to go to my next hour. I would love to have you stay the entire 5 hours, but I know you don't have time to do that. What did you think about your first experience on being on Zombiepalooza Radio?
Let's do it again.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
You'll have to let me do my stand-up routines, though. So that was my hobby for a long time.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't find that part.
I get that. I got a really good business manager that hides all the bad stuff on me.
Your PR agent must be amazing. All right, so I need you to give me some. I need you to, if you want to give a shout out to your PR agent or anyone else that has been very wonderful about getting your name out there and sharing things that you've done. Go ahead and do that now, please. And or also any social media footprint, please go.
Well, I definitely should say I've been blessed to have a lot of wonderful, talented people help me. A couple of them, Mark Ross, Cass McClure, Andy Fowler, Jason Hodges, Rachel Baumgart, and there's a laundry list of more people that have really busted their butt to help make all this, and they're nowhere ever paid what they're worth, and they definitely are loved and appreciated. As far as social footprint, website is being rebuilt. So if you go to Toby Sells Makeup Effects shop.com, don't be surprised if there's a car dealership there or something. But I did buy the domain back, and hopefully within the next month or so, the website will finally be up. I'm on Facebook. I think the last time I was on Twitter was 2 years ago. So if you see me on Twitter, you know I have no work whatsoever.
All right. Okay, so coming up, we have Philip Cable, who I just lost his video on, but I know you're there. So go ahead and hit that button that's got the camera so we can get your face back on this thing. Currently, right now, we have Toby Sells, and thank you so much for being on Zombiepalooza Radio. Thank you to everyone that has been on your pages, passing out the link and all of that other cool thing. Appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. If you are welcome to stay if you would like, but if you need to go, I understand. Good. All right. So then please go up to the top and click on the red handset, and you can leave the call.
Actually, it's at the bottom on mine. So thanks, Jackie. Have fun.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you. Really, this was amazing interview.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right. So we are going on to our next hour with Philip Cable, who has an amazing background. And I want to introduce him first of all, to my co-host, Dead Door William. Dead Door, Philip Cable.
Good evening, Philip.
Hello there, sir.
Welcome to the show.
Well, I'm very glad to be here. I'm grateful to be in such illustrious company.
Well, thank you. All right. So for those of us who may not know whom you are, please go ahead and let folks know who you are, what you do, and what your latest project is or what you've been working on.
Okay. If I toss modesty aside, I've been in the movie business or in some form of entertainment for the better part of over 40 years. Since I was a playwright, then became a writer for television, kid shows, science fiction kid shows out of New York. Then became a screenwriter, then a producer and director. I became a movie distributor at one point. Now I've acted as a consultant for motion picture studios, or at least a studio, pardon me, and for production companies, and been advisor to people and film producers all over the world. I'm the author of the book Make Movies That Make Money, which here's a copy of it right here. You can actually see it there.
That's cool.
And which has been sold all over the world. It's published by McFarlane and Company, and from what I've been told, it actually helped a lot of people. And I've been getting really nice responses about it lately. I mean, surprisingly, from people that have actually been able to get projects off the ground. I'm also a writer of children's books. I own a comic book company. I have a novel based on one of my comic books that's currently out on Amazon. And I've got several movie projects. I should be having one of my horror films that I made, which I did as a way of proving the content of my book that I made for almost nothing. And I'll talk about that if you want. But
yes.
A horror film, so I think you may enjoy that. And also I have a horror film I'm going to try to crowdfund in about 1.5 to 2 months. It's called Shadow Squad, and it's about a team of paranormal investigators who investigated a haunted house where a reality show crew has disappeared, and they discover that it's not really haunted, it's something entirely different and even far worse than ghosts and goblins. And that's what I'm currently working on. I'm also working with some people as well, with a foundation for help independent cinema, where they bringing me on board to act as an advisor and a consultant to help them with distribution and advice on production and post-production. So I'm keeping busy.
All right. I was over there writing like a mad woman, trying to put all this other stuff together. You have such an amazing background that people have gone to you, and basically you are an answer man for film. And I'm interested.
That's what they called me.
I'm interested in first talking about your book, Make Movies That Make Money. And we talked a couple days ago about why you initially put this thing together. And I think that it would be lovely for you to give us a little bit of that so that we can maybe talk directly to some of these indie people who would benefit from this book.
Well, basically, the book was written because of two reasons. One is that when I was young, back in the 60s, and I really wanted to learn about film, you couldn't afford to go to a film school. It was far too expensive, and it still is, of course. Unless you hire somebody who had a lot of money or you've saved up your whole life to go to film school, you're just not going to be able to afford to go there. But there were really no adequate books on filmmaking. If they taught anything, and I emphasize if they taught anything, It was only very minor technical issues. And that was working with a 16mm camera. It didn't tell me anything about actually making feature films. And all of these books always started the same way. They always started, first you get $400,000, and then the next thing you do, well, if I had $400,000, I wouldn't need the book. I could just hire somebody like me to make the movie, and it would be really easy. And the second reason is I was getting phone calls and emails from all over the world. If somewhere along the line, someone let it be known that I knew how to make movies, and I was good at advising people on how to do this. This is back in the 90s. I became to be really well known for this, and somehow it just got. Somebody published my phone number or address, email address, or something, and I began to get all these emails from people saying, "Look, I got this project. How do I get it going?" And I'd be getting a phone call from Australia or from China or from Japan or wherever, and I would spend perhaps 2 or 3 hours with these people on the phone trying to explain, these are the things you need to do. And my wife finally got fed up with me and said, "Phil, you got to stop talking to these people at 1:30 in the morning." I said, "But I don't have the heart to just let them flounder and have their whole project fall apart." I said, "Well, then charge them money." I said, "I can't do that. I don't think they can afford that." He said, "Well, fine, put it in the book." So I wrote the book. And now when people contact me, I can say, "Look, get a copy of my book, look on chapter so-and-so, and you'll get the answer on page so-and-so." That way it's a lot easier on them, and it's easier on me. And even to this day, I still do these little video broadcasts, on Facebook, just to kind of advise people on how to get things going.
Talk about that. Give me some of that, because that's how I found you.
Yeah, that's true.
Doing those videos. Talk about
funny.
how you got that.
I've been told by people I should not do that. I should save it for like a training program. But here's the thing. I've been literally getting stuff on Facebook. I mean, I've had people who came up with these. I've got this great idea, but I don't know what to do with it. How do I pitch this to someone? Or, you know what, I got this idea, but I don't know how to make a script out of it. Or, you know what, I think I got a great movie, but I don't know how to sell it. Who do I go to have it distributed? So I gave a lot of thought to this, and I tried to advise people individually, but that took a lot of time. So I thought, you know what, I'm going to go on. Once I discovered how to do Facebook Live, which was a revelation for me, I didn't know how to do that. I'm not that computer savvy, nor am I all that social media savvy. I've just started learning it. That, well, okay, I'm going to do a live broadcast, and I talked for, I think only 10 or 15 minutes the first time about one tiny aspect of filmmaking, but the response was was good enough that okay, I'm going to officially do this now. So every Saturday for 3 Saturdays, I talked and I answered questions, and I figured I would talk about 15, 20 minutes. The first time I talked for about 45 minutes, far longer than I thought it would. The second time I talked for over an hour. The last time was almost 90 minutes. But in the course of doing that, I was able to answer the vast majority of the questions I was asked, a lot about script construction and how to put a film together, where do you get a movie star, how do you get financing, how does distribution work, and those are the basic things that most people were very interested in. So I tried to touch base with those people by answering those questions live. Anyway, so that was the main reason I did that, and of course the nice thing about that is it allowed me to be in contact with people like yourself.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, so. Oh, wow. All right. So many different kinds of things I can pick your brain on. What?
We only got 60 minutes, so.
What is it in your, I don't even know if you look at it as a profession, more of a passion. What is it within this passion of
you know what
yours?
I call it? I call it a calling. And that sounds very highfalutin, and it sounds even pretentious. But I think that there are people in this world that are born to do certain things. And if you are, for example, if you're a painter and you're born to be a painter, there is no intellectual decision to become a painter. You decide to do it in spite of all the logical reasons you shouldn't be one. The same thing with being a poet, being an actor. You do it. I'm sure this TV show is much the same thing for you. It's something you do because you need to do it. And in my case, it was being a writer. Now, I kind of went kicking and screaming into becoming a film producer. I like to tell people I started off as a screenwriter and worked my way down to being a producer. Because the thing being, there's a certain purity in being a screenwriter because you only have to deal with yourself. But then there's a moment where you have to, when you sell the thing, where you're dealing with other people, that suddenly your vision becomes different, and you suddenly have to change your mindset. And and because I didn't frankly, honestly think I was going to be smart enough to be a producer or a director or a distributor. I came from a childhood where I was not held in terribly high esteem by my dad, and I suffered a lot of physical and emotional abuse. And as I think you may have, I think you read in my biography, I had a severe speech impediment as a kid. And if you have a father that is very abusive when you speak, you just don't talk, and particularly if you can't talk very well. So I became painfully shy, and it took me many decades to get out of that. I had to learn how to speak properly, and to this day, I have an odd speech rhythm because I have to think the words out before I actually speak it, and that makes me sound a little like William Shatner, I think.
I love
very
William
deliberate.
Shatner, so you can do that
Well,
all
I
day
love
long.
William Shatner. Hey, I saw the Star Trek when it was new, and I loved William Shatner and Leonard Nimoy on the show. So hey, in fact, the curious thing, my new movie that I want to do called Shadow Squad was inspired in some ways by the original Star Trek. I love the cast, the way the format was for the show, and I thought, what if Star Trek were done as a horror film? And I also enjoyed Space 1999 for much the same reason. So, well, I love the character of Helena on Space 1999. So what if we kind of combine all these things together? We take Kolchak, the Night Stalker, and I take H.P. Lovecraft, and I kind of jumble it all together in a blender, and what do I come up with? And that's kind of what I did. And so it's about a team of paranormal investigators who investigate, instead of going from planet to planet to investigate weird phenomena. They go from one strange thing. One week, one time they may be going after Bigfoot, another or a UFO, and the next time they're going after a haunted house. And in this case, they're investigating what's the purest, most simplest, most obvious horror story you can have? A haunted house. So what can I do to make that interesting and different? And that's what I'm trying to do. And I've got some wonderful people attached to the project, even though it's very low budget. I'm very proud of the fact that all of these people I got are friends of mine. And Brink Stevens, who is like one of the great B-movie horror stars, and Deborah Dutch, who is like one of the top scream queens, Lynn Lowry, who is like an iconic scream queen, who's been making horror films since the early 70s.
Wow.
And Doc Phineas from Pawn Stars, who is also a really fantastic actor. And we've also got a lady that's a cosplay lady, who has become this really phenomena on social media. Her name is Margarita Velasquez, and she's going to play a bit part in the film. Now, the only reason I'm bringing all this up is that, see, one of the reasons I'm doing that, beyond the fact I'm getting really talented and professional people, each one of them has their own fan base. That means they're going to be bringing that into play when I'm crowdfunding. So their people can say, hey, that person's, yeah, I love that guy. I love that woman. I love that. Oh, wow, fantastic. And they'll more likely to donate. Or for that same token, when the movie comes out, they're much more likely to buy the DVD or to download it to their phone or tablet or whatever.
All
so
right.
you got to keep in mind, you have to have a social media presence in order to be able to, and a fan base in order to be able to survive in this business.
I met this
Forgive me, I
man.
was being long-winded there.
That's all right. That's fine. And we need that input. That's why you're here. We need input. I know a man in Asia Plaza, Little China in Cleveland. His name is Johnny K. Wu. And do you recognize the name, maybe perhaps?
Well, I was thinking of John Woo, the famous director, but I'm assuming that's not him.
No, it's not him. But he is really an amazing individual who produces a fan series based on Doctor Who. And a lot of what he does is what you're doing with how you're putting your film Shadow Squad together. He's going and pulling from different kinds of areas. But one of the things that I listened to him in a lecture last year, as a matter of fact. He was talking about marketing. And one of the things that really stuck with me was you really need to start your marketing before you start your project.
Excuse me just a moment. I'm having a little bit of something just happened off camera. I'll be back in like 10 seconds.
Go. All right. So, DD, what do you think about our guests so far?
I am so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Don't worry
My
about it.
granddaughter was talking with my wife, and I had to tell her, shh. Anyway,
That's all right.
You were saying.
You don't have to do that. You know what? This show here is raw, and a lot of times when things happen, they happen, and I don't edit any of it, and nor do I expect my
Well, I
guests
also
to.
wanted to make sure that our dogs didn't start barking right in the middle, so I could hear everything you're
That's
saying.
all right. I have one that's in the living room down here, and every once in a
Okay.
while he gets a little cheeky. So
The show is like what a zombie likes. It's raw.
right, it's very raw.
Okay.
All right, so we were talking about marketing, and my friend
Yeah.
Johnny K. Wu, who talks about building a marketing presence for the project before the project even
Oh, yeah.
really gets started.
Absolutely.
Please.
Oh, that's very wise. You have to do that now. You used to be able to just make a movie, turn it over to the distributor, and hopefully the distributor had the means to be able to promote it properly. You can't do that anymore. I'll tell you something that is asked of every filmmaker now. When you go to a distributor, the filmmaker, and if they don't ask it, you know something's seriously wrong. What's your media presence? How many people do you have on Twitter? How many people do you have on Facebook? How many people do you have on Instagram? Unless you can give them some decent numbers, they're going to be less likely to be able to pick up your film and to represent it properly, because that presence is going to have a strong impact upon whether your film sells or not. So what I've tried to do, for example, for this, I've spent 2 years now studying crowdfunding. I've known about Kickstarter and so on for many years. I've never had cause to make use of it, but I'm going to give it a shot this time and find out how well it works. But I spent 2 years studying what works and what does not work. And the one thing that all the experts agree is you have to build up your audience before you do thing one. That's the first thing, maybe the most important thing, so that when you launch, there's already a market for what you have. Now, keep in mind an interesting thing. And most people don't tell you this. When you put your project on Kickstarter, on Indiegogo, on GoFundMe, whatever, particularly if it's a film, you're not just creating an opportunity to sell, get money for your film. You're also creating a market for your film. You're selling your movie. But in this case, you're giving away perks and so on for money, but you're also selling your movie to people. And hopefully that will also generate greater word of mouth and give a greater impact when it's finally officially released to the public through a conventional distribution service. So it's all about marketing yourself and doing it in a way that's in the best interest of you and your movie. So yeah, I've gone now and realized I was going to do this Indiegogo campaign, which I'll be doing in about 1 to 2 months. I knew I was going to have to build up my my Twitter, and so I went from about 800 people to about, at this point, just a little over 6,000 people. So altogether between that and
Talk to us about how you did that from 600 to 6,000,
okay, I you
and
know what?
what
There's all
you needed to
there's
do.
all kinds of services and stuff out there. I don't trust them, and I keep hearing bad stuff about all these places where you can buy members. And the problem with, see, you need to understand something. You do not want to buy members. There is a value to it, but I'll tell you what the value is in just a moment. The only value, I'll tell you what. The only value is if you have a lot of people who are following you, more people are likely to follow you, and that's the only value based on that. They don't want to follow someone that has 12 people. They want to follow someone that has 10,000 or whatever. Now, here's the thing. What I did is I experimented as much as I could. I just tried to find whatever person had a lot of followers in the genre or the niche I represent, whether it be horror, movies, particularly movies, crowdfunding. And then I just found out who they followed or who was following them. And then I started clicking on their names. And made it my business to try to post something interesting every day or so, particularly if it had related to the topic that interested them, about movies. Bye-bye. Saying bye to my granddaughter here. So if it's about movies, I posted something about one of the movies I did, or maybe somebody else's movie that I had a connection with in some way. If it was about horror, I'd let people see maybe a monster for one of my films. If it was about books, I'd let them see one of the books I was doing. So every day something was going on, or no worse than every couple of days. So that way it hopefully would build up my audience. Now by doing that, and also I created more than one account. When you do that, you're more likely to actually get more people. For some reason, don't ask me why, it's just easier. So I created one in my name, which is Philip Cable, which is actually, if you get on Twitter, it's Philip Cable AAA. Since the name of my company is AAA American Entertainment, it's Philip Cable AAA. Then I created one for my movie, Shadow Squad Film. So by doing that, I was able to get more and more people to go get on my pages. Now, And ultimately, over the course of about 6-7 months, I went from, like I said, about what was it, about 800 people to now about over 6,000. Now, if you combine that with all the stuff I have on, and I got 3 different accounts on Facebook, one under no, actually two, under my name and then under the name of one of my other movies, which is called Vampiress, Lady of the Night. So altogether, that's a little over 7,000, which is still not really a lot, but if you do the basic math, and the reason this is important is this: the old advertising gimmick, if you want to call it that, or axiom, is that 0.5% to upwards of 2% of anything that is promoted will be responded to. In other words, if you're selling milk, somewhere between 0.5% to 2% are going to buy that milk. In this case, I'm promoting a movie or a crowdfunding platform. So I know the more people I have available to promote stuff to, the more likely it will make some money. So if we do some basic math right now, as far as my Indiegogo campaign is concerned, 10% of 7,000 is 700. 10% of that is 70. So half of that would be 35. Twice that would be 140. So somewhere between 35 people and 140 people will donate to my Indiegogo campaign. Now that not as many as I would like. If I get the 2%, that's actually not too bad. I can get a chunk of what I want. But here's the thing: I also have Brink Stevens, Deborah Dutch, Lynn Lowry, Margarita Velasquez, Doc Phineas, Lynn Lowry, and Brink and Deborah. They have thousands and thousands of people that are their fans on Facebook and on the other other platforms. Doc Phineas has 1.5 million followers on social media. Margarita Velasquez, and this is one of the reasons why I cast some of these people, because they have a strong video presence, a social media presence. Margarita Velasquez, even though she is not a huge name, she is a big person when it comes to social media. She has 1 million followers. Now let's do some math now. This is based on, now, we'll go off 2.5 million. Not even counting mine, not counting Deborah and Lynn and Brink. 2.5 million divided by 10 is now, I'm not a math whiz here, so bear with me. It's about 250,000. Divided by 10 again is 25,000. So somewhere between 125,000 to upwards of 500,000, to 50,000 people will donate to my campaign or will buy my movie. Just because I'm having all the, if you can't get all the numbers you want for your own social media, embrace other people, bring them into your project so you can make use of the social media they have.
All right, so I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you about the approach, because a lot of times people will go, "Oh, hey, this is a really good place for me to be able to do this," and then they start slamming them with whatever the heck it is that they want.
And now, when you say approach, what do you mean? You mean like approaching somebody to get money from them, or for crowdfunding, or what?
Or all right, so I've been doing this for a little while, and so from my small knowledge, little bit of knowledge that I have, as compared to yours, is probably going to be like this. But I know that when you want to start to work into a new section of people, you first must have something that you can relate with them about. And when you start to introduce yourself, you start first asking them about who they are, what they like, how they see things. All of that is really important before you start going, well, I'm blah, 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 and this is what I have, and all of that.
You just hit on something really crucial. I told you that when I was a kid, I had a severe speech impediment, and I was very painfully shy. The one advantage of that, and then this has actually served me in good stead, is it taught me how to listen, and that it's more important to listen than to talk. And there is a certain truth to the old cowboy expression, don't talk unless you can improve upon silence. Now, in my case, what I do, for example, if I'm in a room of potential investors, let's say, and this is one thing that I talk about in the book, this is an old trick that gamblers use in casinos. It's called charting the table. What they do is they go up to a craps table, or they go to a roulette table, or they go to a blackjack table, and they just watch the table for 10 or 15 minutes and see what trends are coming up. Is blackjack coming up a lot? Is 7 coming up a lot? Is red coming up a lot? Based upon that, you are now a more informed gambler when you make your first bet. I do the same thing when I'm at a mixer, for example, or when I have a lot of potential investors. I mean, I go to mixers every so often, and what I do is, rather than launch into a conversation, which is hard for me because basically my nature is to be shy. I have a hard time going up to someone and say, hey, this is how wonderful I am. I can't do that. So what I do is I walk through the room very slowly, and I casually, seemingly disinterested, but I'm actually listening to all the conversation there. And that tells me who is who. If someone's talking about their kids and how unhappy they are in their marriage, that person is probably not going to be someone I should be talking to because they're more interested in their personal life. But if they're talking about the great deal they just got with NBC, if they're talking about their distribution company, then I know who is actually a professional in the business, and they're not just somebody at the party. And then what I do is that whenever humanly possible, I try. Usually people have name tags on. And this is the one little trick I've learned because it makes it a little easier for me to hold a conversation. I will go over to them and ask them how to pronounce their last name. Unless it's like Jones, you're probably you're in a little trouble then. But if I would say, I can't really see that very well. Does that say Marsha Johnson or is it Johansson? And so, well, it's it. Oh, and now I have a conversation with them. I'm starting up talking with them, and what I do is just like you said. I don't talk so much as I just listen to what they have to say, and then after they've talked, and I got a better sense of what they need, and like the old expression, "Help me, help you." I really believe in that idea. If I can help them achieve what they want, they in turn can help me achieve what I want. But it cannot be a solely one-way street here, where they're giving to me and I'm not giving anything back. I have to find a way to make what I'm saying have value to them. And that means I have to listen to them. I have to have a relationship with them. And that's how I get some of the people I get involved with, whether it be behind the scenes in production or actors or investors or whatever. And I've had a lot of success in that respect. I mean, it's a lot easier to get people involved with it if you spend time with them and just talk. Here's an interesting thing. I sell movies. I used to sell movies at the American Film Market. Now, the American Film Market is the biggest marketplace for the buying and selling of motion pictures. Now, they could easily do everything they do from every country in the world coming to America in Santa Monica in October to buy movies at the Lowe's Hotel. You have a booth there, you just sell it. It's like a gigantic flea market. And I'm mentioning that for all the people that have never been there, because it's really chaotic. I'll tell you, it's thousands and thousands of people all trying to sell their movies, and it's a nightmare. But it's also really challenging. Now, my point being is the buyers don't really come there to buy the movie. They come there to establish a working relationship with whoever's selling. Yet they could do everything by fax, by email, by phone. They don't need to be there, but they want to see your face. They want to look into your eyes and know whether you are the person they should be doing business with. And by the same token, when they come in, if they come into my suite, my office, and they say, look, I'm trying to get this. If I don't have what they need, I'll say, you know what, I don't have that. But you know what? There's a guy down around the corner. I think he's selling exactly what you want. Now, I'm doing that, one, because it's the kind and moral thing to do. But secondarily, I also know that if I tell them how to get what they need, they're going to come back to me again, knowing that they can trust me. And I do, and that's one of the rules I have. I never cheat anybody. I don't cheat anybody knowingly, at least. I've never done anything to ever cheat any actor, any technician, any buyer. I always try to be fair with everybody because it's the only way I believe you can honestly stay in business, and also be respected for what you do. And that's one of the reasons why a lot of people will do business with me, because they know I'm not going to try to hurt them. Or a lot of actresses will work for me that they know that if they work for me, I'm not going to abuse them on the set. I'm going to push them in directions they don't want to go, and they will give me the best possible performance, because I am not going to torture them on a daily basis like some directors might, to be able to get the performance out of them. And I will work with them, to try to get that performance. And also, they will always look as good as I can possibly make them, because I'm not going to cheapen their selling point, which might be their looks, to get a look that just to compromise in some way to make things easier on me. So anyway, I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does very well. Thank you so much. All right, so I've been doing some I don't know, soul searching or something like that, and improving my
You're me.
brain when it comes to how I approach things. And one of the things that I have been studying a lot about is whom you have in your inner circle. I have found recently that there are 5 very important individuals in your life that you mainly listen to as someone who is an entrepreneur or someone that owns a profession and brings people to do projects and things of that sort. Whom are in your inner circle, not necessarily names, but what do they bring to you so that you can do better with what you have?
I don't know if I have an ongoing inner circle. There are a group of people that I do business with, or my friendship matters so much to me that they make it easier for me to be able to go on as a person. And my wife, one who I dearly love, and is incredibly supportive of me and has been there for me even when I really doubted myself. And in 2002, I was badly, badly hurt in a car crash and almost died. Somebody pulled out in front of my wife and I and on the freeway, on the road, and caused a 4-car pileup. And they kept thinking I was going to die. I was stubborn enough not to do it. But it left me with certain infirmities, and I questioned for a long time whether I would have the tools, the means, the stamina to make movies again. And for like a 4 or 5 year period, I didn't do anything like that. I ended up making, I think, 1 music video for someone, two music videos, but I didn't do anything. And I consulted, and I wrote, but I didn't do any more than that because I didn't know if I could do it again. It took me a long time, but my wife believed I still could pull it off, and it's due to her strength, in part, that I stayed in the business. There's a friend of mine, a good friend of mine, who was my mentor 30 years ago. He was the inventor of his name was Murph Fulton. He was the inventor of the film processing machine, one of the smartest men I've ever met on the subject of the physical chemistry and the technology of filmmaking when it was actually film. And I learned an awful lot from him, even about acting, since he actually studied under one of the great acting coaches that used to work in Hollywood at all the major studios. And I learned from him all the things he had been taught by this man. So there have been people that have been very instrumental, good and bad, in my life that have put me in the direction that I've had to go. Yeah, I've even had, there's been 1 or 2 filmmakers who I worked with who were terrible and were not good guys to work with, but you know what? By doing business with them, it ultimately ended up good by virtue of the fact that I got an extra screen credit and those films did well. So I did well as far as my reputation in some level, even if I was not well treated by these people. So yeah, there's been a lot of people in my life that have had a profound effect upon me. Not the least of which is I can honestly say there are certain movies and TV shows that were profoundly influential for me. You may not be old enough to remember the old Man from U.N.C.L.E. television show with Robert Vaughn. And,
No, but I recognize the name and all of that, and I really do enjoy film from that particular era.
Yeah,
so
that show was I never, at the time it came on, it was the most amazing show on television. It was the epitome of cool, and for like 11 or 12-year-old kid, it was I had no idea they could have that much action in a show and all this adventure and humor. And it was an inspiration for me. And there was a movie when I was a little boy, I was probably 5 or 6 years old. I caught the tail end of a movie called Lost Planet Airmen, which was actually a condensed version of an old movie serial called King of the Rocket Men. And let me describe this to you. Imagine you're like 6 years old and you see this thing, and you turn the TV on, and a man wearing a rocket suit is flying through the sky. He's trying to save New York from a gigantic 200-foot tidal wave. He's trying to stop a death ray machine, which is causing this shift in the crust of the earth, which is causing this. So he's trying to get to this hideout on this little island. All the while, there's also bombers heading for the island. He gets there and crashes through the window, uses his ray gun, destroys the machine, gets into a big fight. The bombers are going overhead. They're dropping bombs all over the place. He knocks out the bad guy, leaps out the window, flies away in the nick of time, just before the whole place blows up, saving New York, saving himself in the process. And my heart's going, oh my God. And that had a I had no idea that you could be so effective. I think to this day, I on some level, I want my movies to affect someone out in the audience in the same way that movie affected me, uh, and that it inspires or just excites or thrills someone or scares them in a way that 30 or 40 years from now they go back and go, wow, there was this movie I saw when I was a kid that was really cool, or this TV show I saw, that really affected me. So
I
that's always kind
know,
of
right?
burned in the back of my mind.
It's cool though. It is it gives you uh some exhilarating push to be able to go and create something that will make
Mhm.
an impact. A lot of what you do is, I would imagine, based on some of the other impacts that you've had as you have gone through the
Mhm.
decades of working in film.
Yeah,
What,
as far as, like, for example, with horror movies, I was very influenced by growing up in the early 60s by the old Universal horror films and Dark Shadows, which
Mhm.
I adored. And it's funny. Everyone I've ever met that ever saw Dark Shadows, everyone says exactly the same thing. Every day I would run home to see that, just so I could get there in time. I've never heard anyone not say that. And then later on, watching the great films by Hammer, films with Christopher Lee, and I've had the good blessing of actually seeing Christopher Lee in person, and by going to conventions. In fact, going to science fiction conventions actually helped get me started in the business. In 1973, I went to a convention called FilmCon, and where I got a chance to meet people like Christopher Lee, and seeing the guy who was in the Robert Clark, who was in the Hideous Sun Demon, and people that were producing kid shows for television. And because of these connections, I became, and in those days, you had much. It was kind of the professionals were there to kind of say thank you to all the fans, and the fans were there to say thank you to the professionals. It wasn't a big money making thing like it is now. There was like 1,000 or something people at this event, but I got a chance to pick up trade magazines I never would have seen in a small town like where I lived. And based on that, I started writing to some of these people. And I got a writing job writing an outline for a motion picture. And then I began to write, because of the trade magazines and correspondence I had for a kid show that would be filmed in New York, a puppet series, a
Mhm.
science fiction kind of, and also based upon those same magazines, I began to write screenplays for a company called Practical Cinema Productions, and I wrote a package of 3 films for them. And this kind of launched me, and you see, this is kind of important in that if you don't live in New York or Chicago or Las Vegas or certainly Hollywood, you can still get going in this business because we now have the technology to be able to make movies cheaply. And you can also get this information thanks to the internet and YouTube and all these other resources that just weren't available when I was a kid. And you can contact all these amazing resources too, people like yourself and others who can give you advice about how do I get this thing going? What do I do? So it's possible to do things now that you couldn't do years ago, but you just have to take the initiative to reach out and try to find the information. And because the information is out there, you just
Right.
have to have the patience to look for it. It was a lot harder then, I can tell you then, to get the information than it is now.
Some of the practical effects that were done in the older style films, a
Mhm.
lot of that can still be applied
Oh yeah,
now.
yeah. In fact, in a lot of respects, it's better because it's obvious that it's not CGI, and there's something about that it has an impact upon people. I'll give you an example. There's a kid film of mine out that's been out for a number of years. It's called. But we just had the 20th anniversary of it at a convention here in our area of the making of it, and it came out in 1999, but we made it in 1997. It was a pilot for a kid show, and it was based on a comic book called The Knights of Justice from Big Bang Comics. Now, the only reason I'm bringing this up is that we did most of it because the whole look was supposed to look like an old kid show from the 70s, like Shazam and Isis and
Yeah.
Electro Woman and Dinah Girl and stuff like that. The whole idea was to make it have that kind of simpler look to it. I didn't want to have digital effects in it any more than we had to. So there was a scene where this guy is supposed to, a superhero is supposed to fly in. He lands next to this giant old abandoned fire engine, and the bad guy's trying to escape in his car. And he's supposed to pick up this fire engine and throw it into the sky, and it's supposed to land right in front of the bad guy, which prevents him from escaping. Well, if this were Hollywood, you'd build a fiberglass version of the fire engine, and you'd put these green wires on it, and you'd digitally remove the wires later. But that wasn't going to happen here. We didn't have the money for that. So what I did is I took something I had learned from an old serial director by the name of Spencer Gordon Bennett, who did some of the great movie serials back in the 1930s and 40s. Everything from Batman and Robin to Superman and Superman versus the Atom Man and all these other great serials and TV shows. And he told me a story about something he had to do when he was a young man. I took the same information and I applied it to me. Well, what we did is we took the fire engine and we turned it on its side. So now we see the bottom of the fire engine. Then we got a van and we put a board on the back of the van. Then we had the actor playing the superhero laying on the board outside the van. Then we backed up our van till we came to the back or the bottom of the fire truck, and we had him pose with his arms, with his head, as if he's about trying to lift it. And then I said, okay, when we start the engine and we move away, push it, push. And we did that. So all you're seeing is this. And as we moved away, you're seeing you're seeing the fire truck go away. So the reality is it was us moving away from the fire truck, not the fire truck being thrown away. But it looks like he's just picked up the truck and thrown it. But that's old school. It's all a matter of perspective. And it was actually when we keep going, how'd you get that fire truck how could you lift it? How could you throw it like that? It was a real fire truck. It's because we didn't. We just moved our van away from it. So you can do almost anything. You just have to think it out. I mean, there's an old, I was into amateur magic as a child. And one of the secrets of amateur magic is you don't try to figure out how somebody else does the effect. You ask yourself, how would I do that effect?
Right.
And then you can figure out how to do almost any effect you want. So I figured, well, okay, how would I do this effect? Fine. I figured it out and I did it.
Very cool.
So,
All right. It's one of the things that gets really frustrating for indie creative is that they know that they have an idea of what it is that they want to do, but a lot of times they get stuck at that, well, this person did this and it's kind of sort of what I wanted to do, but I'm not that person, so I don't think I can do it.
Yeah, that can be dangerous. When you start trying to second guess yourself in the sense that I don't know how they did that, that can always be dangerous, because what you should do is think like this. When you're working on your script or working with the person who's working on the script, try to visually figure out, how do I do this? How do I get this camera angle? How do I do that special effect? How do I do that makeup effect? And don't do it if you can't figure out a way to do it, because all of a sudden, the moment you can't figure out how to do it, then you're going to have to pay someone else to do it. That's when it gets really, really expensive. Right. I like the challenge of figuring out how to do all the shots. I mean, I did a film called Shadow Love many years ago. It was a thriller, and we had to end the movie with a scene that took place with this one character who's committed several murders in the course of the film, and she's supposed to be in a jail. Well, we didn't have the money to build a jail set. And we didn't have the money to rent one, and even if we had, we wouldn't have had the time. So I had everybody on the set, doing this thing. They kept saying, "How are we going to do this jail set? We got to do it today." I have it. Don't worry, I've already figured out how to do it. And then they're getting panicky by the end of the day. I'll tell you, believe me, I know how to do the effect. They came, okay, now we're going to do it. Now you go out in the backyard, get me that chair you find out there. I said, why? Just go get it. He brought it back, and with a chair that had slats in it. Which is fine. Now, get me my light. I put the lights on in a certain way. Now, I want you to hold this chair right in front of that light. And he did. Now we had these bars on this person's face. And it looked like he was in a jail cell. So now suddenly we had the effect we wanted, because I would have did it as a close-up no matter what, because I had to have a close-up to get the reaction on their face. Right. But now we see the shadow, what looks like bars. In reality, it's just a piece of a chair. So it's all about figuring out. It doesn't matter what the reality is. It matters how it looks on camera. Mm-hmm. The cheapest effect in the world is still great if it looks good.
Exactly. All right, DD, do you have any questions for our current guest?
What got you from doing screenwriting to going straight to directing?
Honestly, what got me into that more than anything else was to protect myself. Like I said, I was kidding around earlier when I said I had worked my way down to being a producer, but in a way it was kind of true in that I would have been perfectly content being just a writer. That's my basic love. I love writing. Unlike most writers, I actually enjoy writing. I love sitting down and working out. It's like working out a great. You're creating the puzzle as you solve it at the same time. That to me is fascinating. But I also know that in order to get the things made and to get it made, what was happening too is a lot of the time people would option my scripts. Now, for those of you that aren't screenwriters, what they do is they will, rather than buy your script, 9 times out of 10, what they do is they will pay an option. I will pay you a certain set of money, a little bit of money now, and once we make it, you get the rest of the money. Okay. Problem is, about 75%, maybe I've heard as much as 90% of all screenplays never are produced. So most of the stuff that was done of mine, that when they would option it, it would never get made. So I knew I was going to have to become a producer and a director in order to be able to do that. I had been a producer and a director in college in that I had produced plays, and I had produced and I had directed things. So I knew I had some basic skills in that respect, and I had been studying it for a long time. And at the same time, while I was not directing feature films, I was producing and directing short subjects and commercials and things like that, industrial films, how-to movies, whatever. So I knew I could do it. It was just a question of, all right, I got to get the gumption to actually launch into this bigger format. So that was ultimately what I got down to, a matter of necessity. It was the only way I could make sure that my stuff would get done and would be done properly. I mean, too often, too. I mean, a lot of people, and I think every writer will say this, they'll write something and it will be butchered by people that don't really care if it's good or not. They just want to get it done. And if you, on the other hand, you're a writer, you can make changes. You can affect changes that are necessary because of the circumstances. Because say if someone isn't able to be there on the day you're filming, you can rewrite the scene so that you don't lose them and create chaos in your storyline. But you can redo it in such a way that it still works in the course of your story. So that's one of the advantages of being a director and a writer at the same time. So that's one of the reasons I started doing it.
Awesome. Now, I guess I should have started with this one. This question. What got you started in the industry? What?
Oh wow.
What
Okay.
entertainment bug hit you and said,
Yeah,
"Oh, this
entertainment in general. I always wanted to be a writer. My original goal was to be a writer of short stories and novels, and I did. I tried doing that. I never got anything published. I did get some short stories published, but that was it. When I got into high school and college, I began to have a minor success in as far as writing plays. I became really interested in writing for theater. And so that I shifted my goal of writing books and short stories into writing for professional theater. And I had a modicum of success. I won some awards. I made a little bit of money from it. But one of the problems of writing, being a playwright, unless you're on Broadway, you can't really make a living being a playwright. And I realized the only way I was going to be able to support myself was to switch over into another format. And I was scared to do this because I just didn't know enough about film to be able to know what kind of camera angles they're talking about. How do you know when you're supposed to change the camera angle? And there was nobody out there to advise me. So I literally had to kind of crawl my way into this. And I spent the next several years as I tried to learn what I needed to learn, being thought of by most people in the movie industry as being the stupidest person they ever met. Because I was the only one of all my contemporaries. My wife was just handing me some water.
Thank you.
Okay. She knows me well. Anyway, and what I was asking people questions, and everybody else was too busy trying to look cool. And I would say, well, why are you using that camera angle? Why is it called Dutching the camera when you tilt it? Why that microphone as opposed to this microphone? Why, when you say banana in and banana out, why are the actors doing this? What does that mean? What is the best boy? I could never figure that one out. And as I began to learn this stuff, I really learned it. And gradually, over the course of time, all those people that thought I was so stupid began to come to me and ask me questions of how to do these same things. And so I developed a reputation of being really knowledgeable about film. And that's one of the reasons I edged my way into writing for screenplays, because I knew I was going to have to learn a lot about film itself in order to be able to write screenplays properly. So once I was in a position where I felt I knew enough, then yeah, I started writing screenplays furiously, and I began to sell them. And as I said, I attribute a lot of that just to going to science fiction conventions and getting a chance to make contacts with people that I wouldn't have otherwise ever met, and reading trade magazines that gave me the opportunity to be able to correspond with all these other companies that needed help in screenplays or teleplays, and that's got me started. So, mostly because I just knew it was the only way I was going to have to move in that direction if I was ever going to have any hope of ever supporting myself.
Thank you. So you're saying that you're self-taught and school-taught?
Well, I'm self-taught in the sense that, yeah, I made it my business to learn as much as I could, but I also learned from people that were professional. There's an old adage, amateurs teach amateurs to be amateurs. So I went out to people that knew more than I did, people that had been in the movie business for decades, for many, many, many years, who were experts in their own field, and I talked to them. I wasn't asking my buddies or my peers because they didn't know any more than I did. And I read every book, every article I could possibly read on the subject of filmmaking, on writing, on directing, on producing, on the history of film. I studied it in college. Unfortunately, one of the realities was I didn't go to a film school because I couldn't afford it. So the only training I could get in film school was extremely fundamental. In fact, a lot of the information I got in college was completely inaccurate. I remember asking one of my film teachers, well, what's the difference between Kodachrome and this other film here as well? One leans more toward blue. Thinking, well, huh? The reality was one was a fast speed film, which allowed you to film in lower light. And yeah, it did lean on a slightly different color, but that's not the reason for it. It was because it was designed for low level light. But he didn't know that because he didn't know that he was an art teacher who had gotten the job of being a film teacher. And unfortunately, one of the things that happens when you go to colleges or even in high schools, the teachers may not really be an expert in the very thing they're supposed to be teaching you. They've simply been assigned to that job, and they may know more than you do, but they may also give you an opinion about things rather than a reality about things. Certain things are done for certain reasons, and they may not know what those reasons are. And it took me literally the better part of 5 or 6 years to unlearn some of the things that I learned in college because it turned out to be totally wrong. I was one of the things I was taught, for example, that if you wanted to make it as an actor, you couldn't make it in Hollywood. You had to go out to New York because that's where the jobs were. No, it was actually totally wrong. New York was dying because of the high cost of producing plays, where there were tons and tons of movies being made. It was only major films that were having problems. Low budget films that were doing great. But anyway, so yeah, I am largely self-taught, but self-taught by virtue of knowing people that were really smart.
There is a wealth of information that this man has over the decades that you have come through with watching the process of film changing, and because you have such an extensive background and are well versed in film in different kinds of aspects, film and television. Just give us a little bit of an idea from your perspective how things have changed up until what they are now, and what do you think you see coming up as maybe perhaps being some trends or something like that we might see in the next few years?
Okay, the biggest change I think in the past several years is switching over from film, 35 millimeter film, over into a digital format. When the new digital cameras that Lucas introduced, which were only 920 resolution, but they made movies like the first Star Wars movie, and then they made El Mario, Once Upon a Time in Mexico, and it proved the value of this. And one of the great advantages that you didn't have to have anywhere near as much light. What you see, one of the great things about video or digital video as opposed to film is that film is all guesswork. You have to be an absolute expert in film and the particular camera you're using to have the slightest idea what image you're going to get. You know that if I use this filter and I use this exposure and I'm filming in this kind of colored background and I film under these circumstances and at this film rate, it will probably look like this. But that's a guess. And you could be wrong. And plus it could always be damaged by the laboratories. Laboratories have become notorious for not being good at processing film anymore. Digital, on the other hand, what you see through the lens is exactly what you get. You don't have any guesswork involved. Whether you're an amateur or a professional, and this is one of the interesting things, an amateur and a professional, the differences between the two is now a question, is a very subjective thing. Because if you're seeing what you're getting, if you've got a decent eye for composition, you can even an amateur can turn out a very good film. I'm saying film in the general sense of the word. It has now made it possible for people to do movies on an incredibly small budget. And at the same time, in the future, I think what we're going to see is more and more movies that are being made specifically for the video on demand marketplace and less for theatrical, because frankly, it's a lot easier to, you can do a movie for a totally ridiculous sum of money. I mentioned earlier a film of mine called Vampirist Lady of the Night.
Yes.
And I did that the way, it's a horror film about a lady vampire who's a woman who is murdered by the underworld, and she comes back as a vampire to exact revenge upon all the members of the underworld to protect her loved ones. Now, the thing is, I shot this film in part because everyone kept telling me, you can't make certain kinds of movies on a really tiny budget. I said, well, yeah, I can. I'm going to prove it. And it kind of proved points in my book. I shot the whole feature film with a scream queen, some posh locations all around Hollywood and elsewhere for $500. And everyone said that could not be done. Now, I'm never going to do that again. It was really exhausting and very difficult. Now, that was just the production budget. It wasn't the post-production budget. We ended up having to spend some more, but here's my point. I wanted to show that anybody can make their own film. You can. Anybody can if they have the knowledge. Now, so that's why I tell people, go get my book. Go to your local, if you can't afford it, go to your local library, request get it there. If they don't have it, request it. Read the book. It will give you the basic information you need to get the thing started, how to start a business, where to get the actors, the technicians, the cameras, and then also how to do the post and then sell the movie later on. If you, oh, my wife is trying to ask me a question. She asked what new things, I can't read that. Anyway, very quickly. But the thing is, the opportunities now for people to get things going is really remarkable. Everyone can actually, that wants to make a film, can afford to make films now, and we're going to see more and more good films coming out. And also, I'm going to see more and more of the major films are going to start having financial trouble, and they're already in the process of doing that. Now, I think within 25 years, you may see a total shift in major motion pictures, because movies are now costing $200, $300 million. It is economically impractical to have budgets like that and continue. They've got to find ways to bring the costs down. You can look at something on television, and it is $500,000 to $1 million. And it looks, in its own way, as good as something they're spending $300 million. It's just not as visually dazzling. So,
exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not a question. Movies are made here; they're not made here. So if you understand that, then you can make your own project. And I had people at studios who used to call me up and say, "How do I do this, Phil?" I said, "Well, aren't you in charge of that?" "Yeah, but I don't know how to do that." "Don't tell my boss, but how do I do this?" So because I was under, I had a contract. I can't tell you who, because of non-disclosure agreements. But when you have people that don't really know how to make films, making multi-million dollar films, things eventually will go very bad for major studios. You may find I suspect that within 25 years, you're going to see one of the major studios collapsing. It will probably merge with another studio, and you're probably going to see more and more movies that have to be brought down in price to make it economically feasible, because the overseas buyers are not paying the same sums of money as they did 10 years ago.
Okay, I got 2 minutes. I got 2 minutes.
And hopefully I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. It does very well. Thank you. I would like to bring you on again to talk about something called guerrilla marketing. And I'd like to talk to you about that and a couple other
things.
things.
To come back on again. It's been fun.
Yes, we'd like to bring you back on. What did you think about your first experience about Zombiepalooza Radio?
Well, first of all, by the way, I love your logo there. Is that Cthulhu-like? Is it? It sure kind of looks like one.
Yeah,
okay,
it's kind of a mix of Cthulhu and an alien, and it gives you,
in a curious way, it looks, from where I'm seeing, it almost looks like a steampunk picture too.
Don't it? So, I love that. Yeah, with the way his eyes are and all of that.
Yeah.
One of these days, I'm thinking he's going to come out of there.
Nemo there. But yeah, I'd be happy to come on. I've enjoyed it. I enjoy talking to people that actually want to learn something about filmmaking, and that seriously is one of my major reasons I do stuff like this, and why I go to conventions and so on. So hopefully this has been a benefit to you and everybody else.
Okay, good. I got 1 minute. I need you to go and give me your link for your book, Make Movies That Make Money.
Yeah, you can find it. Yeah, you can get it. Go to Amazon.com. You can get a copy of it there, and you can, by the way, you can get a digital copy for like $10. Or if you want to buy a brand new one, it's like 30. I think they're on sale for like 37. something like that, or 32.
Mhm,
Check out,
yeah.
go to McFarlane and Company, order directly from them. And
Oh,
I will
good.
be, by the way, I'll be appearing at several conventions over the course of the next several months. The
Give me
Bakersfield
where?
Collector Con
Where?
at Bakersfield Collector Con. If you want to ask questions, feel free. I'll be at Classic Comic Con. I will be at the Tulare Sci-Fi Con next year. I'm also just recently joined I'm just ready to read the Independent Cinema Foundation. They've asked me to join where I can advise them on how to be able to on production and distribution. So hopefully I'll be out there doing some stuff. And if you see me or hear about any of my stuff, I'm sure that I'll be doing all I can to let you know about it. So you can come over and ask me all the questions you want.
All right. Thank you so much for being on Zombiepalooza Radio. Dead Dork, go ahead and say your final question or comment.
I cannot wait to get you back on to pick your brain.
Yeah, I'd love to come back. It's been a lot of fun. I really enjoyed myself.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, and it's been nice meeting both of you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Our next guest is going to be Michael Aguirre. Okay, so Mr. Cable, I need you to go and scroll around on the page and see if you can find a red phone to be able to leave call, or
Okay.
somebody that says exit call, or you can stay. I mean, you're more than welcome to do that
There we
too.
go. And I just found the phone. I'll catch
Thank
you later.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right.
Bye-bye.
So bye-bye. All right. So I'm trying to remember if I need to bring Michael on through his Gmail or if I need to bring him on through the room. I'm going to try the room first, see if we can bring him on that way. Google Hangouts has got me going and doing loops through this thing. All right, so I already sent it that way. I'm going to go and send him an email with the link. That way, DD, let me know if he comes in. And in the meantime,
oh my God, I cannot wait to get him back on to pick his brain some more about making movies.
Yep, absolutely. All right, so we are looking for Michael Aguirre of AZ Corpse Crew, Arizona Corpse Crew. I need to get you front and center, so I'm sending show link. 5. And we get that link into his Gmail. Entertain, DD.
Yeah, might as well. Well, I'm thinking about it. Everybody watching now and in the future, or in the past, if you're a Doctor Whovian, make sure you like, subscribe, share, hit your notifications for when we come on every Saturday night, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so you can watch me and Jackie pick people's brains for 5 hours.
All right. So there's that. I've sent it there. I need him to respond to me.
I do want to give a little shout out to the chat room. DF Neely is in there. Hello there. KR Chen dropped in, said hi. I think we know that strange man.
No, he follows me all over the place. Can you move your mic piece down some so we do not have as much
heavy breathing?
And
no
I need to find out where.
I know my victim said that last time. No way. We heavy breathe.
Right, so in the process of me trying to figure out what the heck I need to do, oh, look what I found.
Oh, look at that cute little thing.
Yeah, check that out. It's got the name of the show on the back of it. Richard Zombie King made this for us a number of years back, I think. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's not, this one's not his. I have his up at the top. That's why that sounded kind of strange. But this was This was made for the show a number of years back. Now I have to figure out who in the heck did it, but we still love you, Richard Zombie King. All right, so we still don't have Michael in here.
No, not yet.
All right. Out of here. No, I don't care.
Please leave or the zombie will rip your arms off.
I know, right? Come on. I don't know what the hang up is here.
Have you tried, like you called me in?
I've tried just about everything right now, and I don't understand why I don't see his body in here. Because there's not really a reason why I shouldn't be seeing it.
Zombie dinner, yeah.
Said the call has ended on the email. What? Hang on. I think I might have I don't know. Oh man, doing it like this, I wish there was another way to be able to
You know, I experienced it a little bit earlier today that it's not really communicating between you and me, but more of drop zones, dead zones in the area.
all
But
right,
he
so
just messaged me saying he's trying, so.
just give me a minute. I might have sent him a we'll get him in here. Just be a little patient with me.
Too bad we couldn't feed the internet some
something, because
something to get
I'm
it high speed.
about ready to kind of throw this dang thing out the. Oh, come on. Come on. My computer is starting to have its own fit.
Yours?
Yes.
That's when you threaten to turn it into a Korean toaster.
I'm about ready to do that now.
And Michael is in here.
Am I here?
Yeah, you're here. Hey, Mike.
Can you see me? Oh,
Yes.
there I am.
Hi. Okay, I need you to turn off the, if you've got us on, hello everybody and thank you. Woo, hands, jazz hands, or zombie hands or something like that. Okay, very excited to have Michael Aguirre on and AZ Corkscrew, Corkscrew.
Corkscrew.
Hey, it gets autocorrected that way all the time.
Oh my God!
It's later in the evening when you pop the wine. Corkscrew.
I need some wine. That's what the problem is. Right tonight, I'm drinking coffee, and I don't think it's working
Well,
too
you're
much.
supposed to put a little blood, to be positive blood in the coffee to cream it up a little.
Oh, I got a couple of prospects out in my living room that if they don't quit doing what they're doing, I'm thinking I might be tapping that.
Set out your traps.
I know, right? I'm going to be setting traps out. They better be watching. All right, so AZ Corpse
Crew.
AZ Corpse Crew. Hi.
Corpse and bodies. Multiple bodies.
How are you? Can you please well, first I want to make sure that we get Dead Door in here. He is our first chair co-host, Dead Door. I think you know the crew.
I know the crew. Good evening, crew. Welcome to the show, guys.
What's going on? What's going on? How you doing, man?
I'm dead as always.
All right, so on the screen that I'm looking at, I've got a bunch of people that are kind of sort of pixelated, so you might want to get a little bit closer up. I would like you to each introduce yourself please, and your
Let me
position.
reposition and see if I can get a better angle. I was working on this earlier, and I kept trying, and it's kind of hard when you're in here by yourself.
Oh, you're good there. That's good there. You're clear. Did you get that working?
No.
The device on there? Oh, okay. All right. Well, let's get to it. We're at 9 minutes into your interview. Please go and introduce yourself one at a time and let us know specifically what you do in AZ Corpse Crew.
Well,
Don't be shy.
I'm Bob. I'm G Digger's brother. I try to lead the pack.
I need to be able to see you, hun.
You don't see me? Oh, I gotta stand up like that.
We'll come in.
Hi.
Okay. Hello. Sit down. Let's sit down.
I am Mob Bob.
Good,
Mob
good.
Bob.
All right. And so what do you do for AZ Corpse Crew?
I am a G Digger's brother, and I help run the pack. Well,
Thank you very
part of
much.
the pack. Have fun with it.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So who is the lovely lady in the
My
middle?
name is Ape Shirley. I'm an actress and I help out with whatever projects they need help with.
Good, good. All right. And this lovely lady, what is your name and what do you do?
My name is Ty, and I'm Mob Zom's brother's fiance. Well,
Awesome.
this one's fiance, and I'm new to the pack. Oh, I'm a newbie. I enjoy it though. It's
You've
nice.
got new meat.
Yes.
I know, yeah, right? Okay, you're pixelated, hun. So when we were talking about the camera the other day, we need to be able to make sure that when you pan, you could try and
And
catch up.
slowly.
Let's see. Yeah, so just go ahead and leave it in one spot and it'll let the video catch up.
Sorry.
It's all right. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Good, good. All right. So, Arizona Corpse Crew, what kinds of things have you been up to within the last, let's say, 6 months to a year? Talk about your footprint within Arizona and why Arizona Corpse Crew is on the rise.
Well, in the last, let's say, year and a half, we've kind of gone through changes as far as, organization and whatnot, tightened up things, made things a lot more efficient, which has led us into a lot more projects. I've been doing music videos, short films, expanding our zombie walks that we do not only here in Phoenix, we now do them in Palm Springs.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of given us a lot of options to do things. I mean, I am an artist and I play a character known as Gravedigger. So it allows me to open an umbrella or a housing for other artists, other actors, other people. So when they think of Arizona Corpse Crew or they come to me for something and they ask, hey, I need 20 people, I can reach into that database that I have of everybody that's in the group and find them the actors they need, whether it's zombies or it's vampires or anything. It's basically a horror genre is what I'm covering now. And I've switched it from just being a big group of people doing stuff to more of an organization to where we can be involved in different things and whatnot. So last year we went out there and we had put on the very first ever zombie walk for a special needs organization, Desert Arch. They shipped people in through all this stuff, the state of California, and we put on their own zombie walk. Things come out of my mouth, it ain't working right. So we reached out to them and they were on board right away. They were really excited for it. They had about, I want to say 60 people from throughout the state of California that was involved with Desert Arch that wanted to come out. It was done on short notice with, maybe 6 weeks notice is when we finally got everything moved with Palm Springs and everything. And they were ecstatic to have all these people, whether they were 50 years old or 10 years old, come in and be able to do something that in a sense is controversial because they're always told they can't do it because of their disabilities or they can't do it because of that. I get told, oh, you can't do that because you're utilizing their disabilities. True and not true. And when I say that is because I had 2 or 3 of the gentlemen that came back after we did this walk with them that went longer than I thought it would because they didn't want to stop. They were really excited for it. So we
Right.
kept going. And eventually the gentleman came to me and he goes, for that 45 minutes, I felt 100% completely normal because he was acting and his disability was utilized but hidden through what he was doing. And so at that time doing that, he didn't think of anybody looking at it. They thought of him as a character, as an actor, like he was supposed to be doing the stuff. So he was able to be free with everything he had in him. And I've got people message me, oh, you know, that's controversial, whatnot, with, you know, not so nice comments sometimes. And yeah, it is. But what about from their feeling? What about from their perspective on how they look at it? So this
Right.
year, we're going to bring it back again. We're going to make it bigger and we're going to involve more people. You know, the Arizona Corpse Crew will have artists there. We'll have Kelly Jo Richardson there, Tanya Miley, Candice Dumay there. I can't pronounce her last name right. She'll probably get mad. All these people will be there in Palm Springs with us. Robin, Billy, which is Marcus, Joe, which is Fester T. Pester, which is one of my favorites, and Fabian will be there. We call him Fabio, and probably another 15 other. We have a really big show and whatnot that we put on kind of as far as with the zombie walks. It's more of a street performance than anything.
Right.
And so that's what we're doing. Before that, we have Mad Monster coming up, which Mad Monster Party is a 3-day party at the casino that they put on with all of the horror people, Linda Blair, Tony, I can't remember names right now, Pinhead.
Okay.
Everything.
Yeah.
He will be there. All kinds of people that are in the horror films that we've grown up and with whatnot come to this big party, and we have a short time that, or a certain amount of time that you run a convention where people can come and buy merchandise and whatnot, or see vendors and whatnot, and then after that, it goes into basically the hotel to where you're hanging out with these people at times and whatnot, and it's a really great experience. So I'll be up there the 19th, 20th, and 21st doing that. So it'd be quite interesting.
All right. So you touched on something that is very emotionally dear to my heart when it comes to doing these zombie walks, and that is getting people that are emotionally impaired or maybe perhaps physically impaired to be able to be part of something that they feel like they're not the one that is being singled out, but that they are one and the many. And then it's not so much about what their disability is, but the fact that they are in such large numbers, and it is an amazing effect that happens to not only their personal well-being, but they now have a sense of community. And I want you to talk about the importance of that.
To me, the importance of that was that I walk around. I've met a lot of, people that look on our Facebook page and whatnot and look through the photos. I've met a lot of individuals that had, one disability or another, and that they were told, oh, you can't go do that this year because it's a 1.5 mile long walk. You know what I mean? Or you can't go do it because there's, 15, 20,000 people down there, because they don't do good in situations or whatnot. And my son has Tourette's, and I was like, that's like somebody telling him he can't do it. Excuse me. Is his bad? No, it's not. But it's still like somebody telling him that he couldn't do it. So I wanted to do something, and because I'm always trying to be different and doing it the way I do it under my rules and my terms, I wanted to give all those kids and whatnot and adults that are told they can't, that they can. And that's the reason I created the Gravedigger in the first place. I was the voice for the undead. I was the one that came out and spoke for them and said, hey, look, they're not just, fools. They're my army, and they do what I say. And it worked out. And so,
I kind of know how that feels a little bit there.
And it worked out really well, and it's got me farther and farther. And, I'm doing a lot more projects now and a lot more involvement, and it's hard. Like Toby Sells that was on earlier. He's way beyond where I'm at. You know what I mean? I'm still your independent film guy. Trying to get to the next level, and it's not hard. It's not easy. You don't make a lot of money. The products are expensive. But it's a dying art sometimes that is hard. You know what I mean? There's a lot of things that I do like, and there's a lot of things that I see out there. We all know TV is TV. Everything you see isn't exactly what it is. They show you what they want you to see. You know what I mean? The reality of things is that person's never the only person doing that. There's somebody helping them. You know what I mean? Objects that weigh 250 pounds, a girl that's 5'2" probably isn't going to be carrying it and running around the shop with it. Type things.
Right. All right. What I need you to do is I need you to give me the first name of your from your brother over, so that when I go to ask you questions, I don't go, you over there.
We got Tim.
Mm-hmm.
April. And Ty.
Thank you. All right. So I'm going to ask each one of you a question. All right. So Tim.
Yes.
What does this mean to you as an individual? I mean, separate from Michael and everyone else, what does being a part of AZ Corpsecrew, or even a part of the Zombie Nation, so to speak, what does that mean to you? And how has it, if at all, changed your viewpoint on community?
Well, in the beginning, I was more of a vampire, as I like that type of stuff. I kind of got into zombie stuff for my brother G Digger, and to help support him and see his role and point of view, and doing it for fun and just watching people's reactions. And that was 5 years ago. Now I am his fool who who follows him and listens to him. Like a zombie.
Yes.
From what I've seen, from what he used to do, and now it's unbelievable, and I'm just proud to be a part of it. And the outtake is wonderful.
Thank you.
What was that part? That good?
You did amazing. Thank you very much, Tim. All right, we're gonna go over to April. April, come up front. Yes,
Jackie?
yes.
That's the first step now to the zombie apocalypse. G Digger has transformed a vampire to a zombie.
Yes.
So be warned. Be warned.
I've gotta stay away from G Digger. I don't really. I like being a vampire. All right, so April, talk to me about how this is impacting your life, and what it is that you want to give to community through your service in AZ Corpsecrew.
Well, for me personally, I never thought I'd be doing acting of any kind ever. And a lot of people like Michael that open doors for just normal people saying, hey, here, you want to try? That's what's happened to me in my life, and that's what brought me here today. I've been fortunate enough to work on some pretty awesome projects with my brother Michael. We're in a bunch of music videos together that we just recently did, so we're excited about that. And he did a lot of special effects for it, and he rocked it. So I love helping people with their projects and helping people with their art so they can get their messages out there. It's inspiring to me to see people be successful and have a dream and go for it. So, and anybody can go for their dreams. Like when I started modeling, I worked for a lady that opened the door for any girl to come in and model in her boutique. You come in, you try on outfits throughout the store, and what it did for her is it advertised her store. But it also gave the most beautiful smiles from women that you would never see on their faces before, that they're like, oh my gosh, you're modeling with real photographers, and they would have very professional photos. So I like being a part of good people and good projects that help inspire people to be good to each other and to feel good about themselves. So that's what it's done for me.
That's awesome and amazing. Thank you so much for that, April. All right, we're going to go over to Ty. I need you to come up front and center and tell us your story about your experience with AZ Corpsecrew and what you have to offer our zombie horde community?
Well, I started this last year. My first zombie thing was the zombie 5K? We got to chase people. It was fun. And then we went to Palm Springs and the zombie walks and honestly I forgot the question. And the Phoenix zombie walk and seeing it, actually it almost got taken away, but for some reason Phoenix wasn't having that, so we got it back even bigger and better. And I don't know. I want to see where it goes. Oh, my role? I don't know. I'm a newbie. I follow his. I'm a fool's fool. I'm a fool's fool. I follow him and
She's in zombie training.
yes, I'm a zombie in training. Yes, I'm following his zombie army, and I'm going to follow him, and until he sees bigger and better things, because I feel like that's where he's going in the future.
Very cool. Thank you very much for that. All right, so we're going to go back over to Michael.
Yes.
And so I need you to stop doing whatever it is you're doing, unless you want to do a demo or make some coffee or something like that. What you doing over there?
I wasn't gonna blow nothing up.
Yeah, I know you
Yeah,
better.
right.
Yes, I do.
My goodness, but this is getting a little bit. It happens sometimes.
All right,
So what I was doing, we can move the camera if you want to. In movies and whatnot, some of the effects you do, people like to use practical effects. As everybody can probably see, I've put up a white drape so stuff doesn't get over, which means stuff's going to fly. My brother is strategically, for some reason, sitting right here in this chair.
very strategically.
Pull the camera off of my little mount I had, which was really horrible. And we'll get one of these guys to
Hold up. Yeah.
show it so we can see what's going on over here. Yeah, if you can hold it close so we can kind of see.
Much cooler. Thank you so much for that. Is that April or Ty that's doing the camera?
It's Ty. Hi.
All right, Ty, show me what you got.
Okay, so what we were doing is everybody does the gunshots and whatnot, and they make the effect. A simple, easy way to do it, and it's probably an older way, is you take things like turkey basters. This is a turkey baster with a foam piece over it, just to kind of give it some grip or something when it's in there. And then you cut them and you make them. Let's see if we can get where you can see. We're hopefully not too pixelated. You cut them and you make basically a spout, a directional port that allows the blood and objects to go wherever you want. This type of device is hooked up with a. Oh, no, just stay where you're at. Is with a CO2 cartridge fed power. You basically crack it and it blows everything out the other end. And this device, which is hooked to him right now, which was what I was trying to prepare, is ran down through his shirt and connected to the other end over here. In a filming process, you would be sitting or standing or wherever you want, like I was in Cowboy Zombies when they shot me. I was coming through. So depending on the camera angle, depends on how you place it or where it's mounted in the person's head so it's out of view. By doing that, you, upon action, hit it, crack the valve releases everything and everything blows out and the actor can feel it actually happening. So after normally the first time, they kind of know what it feels like. So when they feel it, they can give that reaction, take the fall, and actually, and in a scene, you notice the light color walls and whatnot will normally indicate the splatter and the blowing off of that. Hopefully this will work because my little device is acting weird. So we're gonna fill it up and we're not gonna waste too much time on it.
Okay.
And we're gonna give at least hopefully a partial good demonstration.
Hey, Mike.
So first off,
real quick, how would you get the front effect? Would it be?
The front effect is done more. It can be done kind of the same way with air tubes and whatnot. They're normally hidden inside the prosthetics, a face on or whatnot that's going to get blasted. Before you got to remember, it's a take and a new shot every time that camera flashes. And even sometimes when it looks like it's consistent, it can be cropped and chopped together to where they make it look a little bit better sometimes. So taking the actual effect of it happening, you'll stop. And normally I don't know a lot of ways, but the ways are with the prosthetics is there's put in there. So it blows up. You can use different devices. I don't know exactly all of it. Like I said, I'm still learning. I've only been doing this for 5 years now. And every time I get something thrown at me, I've been able to handle it so far. So we're trying to do it.
He's being a threat right now. He's definitely being a threat.
Tim's getting his makeup in
Like,
character.
yes, and he's like,
And I'm like,
making
I'm
his
like, what
eyebrows
is she
go.
pointing at? I look into this my screen, which is me smaller, and I
I
notice
know,
him
right?
doing
He's
his
making
stuff.
faces.
So I'm like,
When you watch the video, when you watch the video, you're gonna be like, you were doing that. Smack.
No, her
I
teeth
just smacked
is,
him for you.
just-
All right, so you're doing the setup now for how it would look to be able to come out the back end.
Right now, what I'm doing is I'm basically I have a piece of spray foam that I found outside from making her legs into foam legs that got chopped up brutally in a music video. It was horrible. But they looked really good, so I was excited about it. And that was my whole thing, was to do my part and make sure what I did looked good. So I was happy with that. I was very excited to see something new because I never made them, and it worked out well. I actually have one that I'm making for some of the Mad Monster experience stuff coming up. So
When is Mad Monster?
19th, 20th, and 21st. It's Fort McDowell Hotel and Casino. It's Mad Monster Party, Arizona 2017. It's just an amazing event in itself. It's not at a convention. They cater towards a certain amount of people for a certain reason. They want it to be more personal. They want people to, experience it different. They're not trying to get 150,000 people there. You know what I mean? They want a certain number. And all the ones that I've been to are great. They're really fun. You get to meet a lot of people. I mean, I've met Kane Holder, and I think he's probably one of the favorite people I've met. Last year I got my photo taken with George Romero. Thompson, all these guys that we're trying to be alike because they're the ones that kind of helped originate a lot of this stuff for us and what we know. So it makes a good thing.
All right, I need you to kind of be a little bit more serious over there because your camera angle and all of that is very pixelated. So let's give a little bit of props to the man that's doing the work here, and go ahead. So if you can come around to the backup side of Tim so that we can get a pretty good idea of what we're looking at here, that would be wonderful.
Oh,
good job.
Lots of blood.
Oh, I already had breakfast. Now it looks like a midday snack.
Yeah,
I know.
it's all right.
No, you're not supposed to.
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, because if you saw that means the tube came off and this blood's gonna run down to your booty.
Right, yeah, you need to stay, you need to hold still.
Yeah, well, no, if it was running down his back, then it's going not in the tube, which is bad.
Right, and it won't go to where it needs to.
So we're gonna pour a little bit more in here, so we can see how we're.
So, Mike, while you're doing this up, so you're self-taught?
Yes, I'm self-taught. My friend Candace, that does like Nothing Normal makeup, that's her site. She taught me my basics and kind of did my makeup a lot when I was working at the 13th floor and Chambers of Fear haunted houses. So it allowed me to get interested because she kind of helped make my character and who I am.
Right.
There's
a lot of development that goes into a a creative if they are going to have a particular character. So
Yeah, sorry.
yeah.
Oh, like for instance, if you look on my Facebook page under Arizona Corpse Crew or Instagram, all those, you'll see me done up in a latest shoot that we did at the junkyard that James Sasser puts on, which is an amazing event. It allows tons and tons of photographers to do stuff, but we'll have things like this. This is a silicone prosthetic made from silicone. It's stretchy. It feels like flesh.
Right.
It's still sticky from the last time I wore it.
It hurts
And it
when you
gets
peel
placed
off.
on like here right there a little bit, and it kind of, well, it does stuff. But it's when it's stuck to you and it's painted, I become the gravedigger and whatnot. So we got him filled up. We're gonna. Oh no! Damn it, brother! Okay. So see, here's my dilemma. I got this little piece right here that goes in there, which I think there's supposed to be a rubber grommet that goes with it, but because it fell out one time, and I haven't used it since then.
Uh-oh.
I don't know if there was supposed to be a rubber grommet in there with it. So there's.
These are the kinds of things that indies have to go through, but sometimes even professionals. I've watched a couple of people that have done some large films and TV shows up close and personal, and there are very often things that go awry with the equipment.
I think it's gonna work.
Cool.
It's not. All right. In this instance, I'm really not sure how much blood.
Scenario.
Where it's gonna go.
I'm not worried about how much blood is there. We're gonna make Tim act right now in some odd way. You need to turn that light a little bit down.
Act like there's an alien coming at your head.
Yeah, because there's a lot of. All right, guys. What I'm seeing is there's a lot of I guess unnatural light, and what it will do with the effect is it won't make it as clear as what it needs to. So let him figure out
How's that?
what he needs to do.
How's that?
Shine it towards the background.
Is that? How's that look?
That good?
Too much?
It's really bright in the back.
How's that?
So I
Just a
need.
second. Oh, sorry, everybody. I'm suck.
How's that?
It's because I'm partially dead, but
We'll get it.
see, Jackie told me to practice this to make sure I had it right, and I don't listen very well sometimes.
Okay.
So, yeah, she's gonna yell at me.
You're a little sideways there. When we're doing this, we need to make sure that you have the device
There,
up
perfect.
right.
How's the
That's
lighting now?
Good, no hard shadows.
Yeah, very hard shadows and
No, there is none.
oh, wait a minute, no, all right,
Well, it's sun outside earlier, so it kind of got dark.
it's okay.
That's okay.
Hey, it's okay over there. What's the matter with you? Let's just come on,
You
get
gotta
going.
watch that mirror back there in the corner.
We got time that we're burning. As for my Sicilian, you want to see my Sicilian come out? I'm trying to be cool. We don't want to see the Sicilian. That's bad.
Okay, well,
Move the camera towards Mike. Away from
Towards
the mirror.
Mike?
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. The lights reflecting off the mirror.
Stupid mirror.
See if that's better. Is that better?
Much better.
I had sunlight earlier when I
Much
set this
better.
all up and I tried it. So
You
it
said
looked
much
really
better.
good. Okay, so anyways, Tim here owes somebody money, and he didn't pay it. Bad guy comes along and shoots him. Yeah.
Whoa, God. Oh, God, that was disgusting. You got me all the way over here.
It got on my
And
foot.
I'm covered in blood right now.
Oh my god.
that is pretty much kind of how it happens. It literally blows.
everywhere.
Everywhere.
He's doing
Okay.
And it's,
Wow.
Hey,
He's acting.
Check him out. Hey, hey.
Oh, that's how
Welcome
you bring dead people alive. Just smack them.
All right, you did good. That was good. But right, it is supposed to have the effect of spatter when it comes out, and that's part of the movie magic.
It came out in front of him.
Yeah, it blew up, as you can see.
Like J.F. Kennedy shot.
The device, the blood and everything. Oh, I'm not even on that side. It's over here. It did blow off. He's got blood.
Dumb.
It's down his back and
yeah.
stuff.
Right.
it's okay.
Which shows that things do happen. The tubing came disconnected from the device, so we lost. Sorry, we lost part of it during the experiment. So it's kind of the reason why it blew everywhere.
On ceiling and everywhere. Who's gonna clean that up?
This is my makeup room, so it's kind of
It's all good. And
until my wife sees it, and then she'll make me clean it up because she knows that
Yes, it's art.
it shouldn't be that messy sometimes, which
but
is great.
sometimes it is. Sometimes and when we're watching this, it's not a bad thing for that to really have happened, because we get to see that sometimes the practical effect doesn't always go the way you want it to. But let's talk about something that did go the way you wanted to. I saw a couple of pairs of legs off of somebody, and you use them in a music video. So let's talk about that process.
The process was quite interesting.
Here, wait, hold
it. We did them. They come. Well, here's one that I'm kind of redoing. So we're gonna open it. It hasn't been opened yet. When you put them on, we use what's called body double or an alginate, and that gives you the ability to coat or cast the object, leg, body part, whatever it is. And when you do that, you then make a plaster mold that goes around the outside of it. You take it apart and you fill it with what is, I don't know if you can see in there, it's kind of dark.
Yeah.
There's foam in there. These ones I made out of foam. You can fill them with other things. There's a lot of different ways of doing them. These ones are just done out of foam right now, and it was because I still had the mold and I wanted to play with it. So opening it, you will see the blue purpleness of the foam that's used, and it's not ready.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's not ready yet.
It's still wet.
Yeah, you can feel it where it's harder and stiffer, and where it's still soft.
Are you able to put it back into the casing? Or once it's out,
the mold, that's what makes it reusable. It was a little bit longer, but it kind of ripped when you peel it down. That's just due to not using enough material, the actual mold, and because sometimes we're on such tight of a budget,
right?
We can't buy as much as we want to and need, because directors and photographers and film guys and whatnot seem to think that this stuff is just like, hey, we want to do this and this and this, make the body parts and this and that. And I'm like, okay, do you realize what that's going to cost? You have to life cast, you have to sculpt, you have to mold, you have to pour and produce the pieces, and guess what? You're going to have to pour and produce more than one normally to get it right, because you have to try it. You know what I mean?
Right. You got to see if it's going to work or not.
How long does it take to cure for one of those pieces? Like that leg right there.
Depending on the product. The part that I was trying to make.
It's an hour.
So it. Ow. This stuff is just household for this one. The ones that you use for that are more realistic, that have the more movement and whatnot to them. That's what and you got about 60 seconds of work time. Mold, work it around, and then stop.
Right.
Takes off and it expands 10 what you poured in there. So if you pour in a 32 ounce worth, it's gonna go whoo, quick, and that is touchable in about 45 minutes and cured in 2 hours. Hardness and everything else of the type that you get, because they have all the way from a very rigid to a very super soft, fleshy, feeling. The Dragon Skin FX Pro silicone that I use is really fleshy tone feeling. It kind of feels like real skin. And when the makeup's done and whatnot and powdered, you get that feeling out of it. So it really changes the way everything's done on it.
Do you have any photos? Do you have any photos of the legs that you made earlier before they got used in the video?
Yes, they're all on my Instagram and Facebook pages, both under the G Digger page, the Arizona Corpse Crew page, and the Arizona Corpse Crew. Everything's on Instagram too. You can see like the latest stuff that I did. I did some body paint with Twisted Airbrushing and Jason McMahon at Country Thunder, which was an amazing event. The man's super talented. He opened a whole new door for me in my abilities of what I can do. So much love and props to him for helping me out with that and giving me the opportunity to be involved in his event the way that I was. So it's fun. I'm moving places. It's moving fast. Things are coming up quick. They're getting bigger, and I didn't want to do it alone. So instead of taking a payment and a little paycheck for myself and showing up just as a celebrity guest events, I kind of branched it out. You know what I mean?
Right.
I bring 15, 20 people with me as the horde of the undead, and we go out and we put on a show and we entertain and whatnot. This year we're gonna have a pop zombie cafe at Palm Springs that they're setting up because they enjoyed us so much. So our characters will be in and out through there all day long, interacting and going along with all the people and whatnot. We'll have some special guest characters that are involved with other bands and whatnot that'll be making guest appearances out there. We got the Zombie Walk that's going to kick off Friday night's festivals, and we have the Special Needs Walk for Saturday for them. So it's great. We're going to be doing makeup live. I got a couple great artists going. Always adding new people. Always giving everybody as many opportunities that I can. So it's going to be a lot of fun. We got
What kind of things do you like? Say if somebody meets you at one of these events and they're very interested in what you do, are you thinking at all about expanding the horde, or are you looking more to be able to just help get you out media wise? If somebody is interested and would like to be a part of what you're doing.
Always. I mean, I'm always looking for new people, fresh faces, because that's what expands the umbrella that I call Arizona Corpse Crew. It makes us, more versatile, more usable for different situations, different projects and whatnot. If like I said earlier, if somebody's looking for something that's not necessarily a zombie, which is what we specialize with because that's the character I play.
Right.
We know that know people type thing. So we are able to go, hey, Arizona actors, check this out. We got this project going on. Do you want to be in it? And a lot of them are. If it's good, respectable projects, they're down to be part of it. In the indie level, there's a lot of really no pay. You get fed
right
to build a network and a family. And as you get better and you, as they would say, in some senses, you start getting projects that pay, that offer a little bit more and whatnot. And eventually you'll either and make it, or you'll continue to do it. Me, I have a regular job that I work, every morning through
You
every
work
day.
hard.
I have two
I
kids.
know. You have a family. You work
I have two
hard.
kids,
All of that. Sometimes
a wife, and
people think
this
that
is my hobby.
what the folks who work in indie do is basically sit around on their butt all day and don't really do a whole lot of anything because, hey, indie. But indie people are some of the hardest working people I know.
Indy, we have a lot in Arizona, and it seems to be growing quickly and whatnot. We have a lot of amazing actors, a lot of amazing directors, film guys, the camera operators and whatnot that are just waiting basically to get tapped into. I mean, some of them I meet and their abilities are like, wow. I mean, it's next level stuff on some of it. People are looking for, it's what's catching your eye, and they're still using, practical effects as much as possible and not CGI and everything, so it looks
Why is that
completely
so
unrealistic.
important? Why is that so important, Michael, to be able to get this into the hands of people creatively, hands-on?
Nothing against the CGI guys. I mean, that's the same thing. It's just like when cartoons came out. We first started drawing them in pencil, then they started drawing them in pen. Everything progresses and evolves as it goes on. But just like those guys that don't necessarily draw those day, to be shown on Sunday morning, or Saturday morning cartoons, it's movies and everything. As the effects, the technology, everything progresses, expects to see more. They expect it to see more, more. And in order to do that, you can only do so much without it costing outrageous amount of money. So the CGI type work and whatnot is easier because they got a bunch of people working on it versus one or two or a team of artists that are actually creating all these people, and creating all this stuff. They have to do it step by step by step. But it has its pros and cons. I like the practical effects because you actually get to hands-on create something and make it, something great. So it's kind of important to me. I'm a little bit older than a lot of these younger guys doing this stuff and girls doing this stuff, and I want to be able to take it further. So that's what we're doing. One step at a time.
All right, one step at a time. All right.
One course at a time.
You guys are awesome. I love you guys. And G Digger is amazing. Okay, so DD, do you got any questions for Arizona Corpse Crew?
No, I'm just in awe.
I need you to have questions, DD.
I know. I've been chatting in the chat room with Katie Neely and.
Well, hey, all right. Well, then tell us who is in the chat room and if they have any questions for Arizona Corpse Crew or any shout outs or anything.
No questions yet.
You're killing me, DD.
Hey, I can't run it. I just chat.
killing me. All right. So, DD, you've been doing this show now for about 3 years. You need to have some questions, dear.
Yes, dear.
Dead. The thought process died with his death.
No,
yeah.
Well,
but that
it did, but now it's starting to come back, and
because he's got that special headset that I got him. So
wow.
Get that brain
that
in
is
motion.
spiky.
I know, right? Come on.
Didn't your parents tell you not to put the fork in the socket?
No, he encouraged them to put it in really, really far.
He encouraged it. This is how I.
Oh.
I'm gonna take the little object and stick it in there and go.
You guys are gay. Y'all are killing me. All right, so Michael, is there anyone that you would like to give a shout out to or let us know about where you're going to be, like say maybe perhaps either this month or next month?
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to Robin Cuddy. She's been going through some stuff with her medical, as far as she had some gallstone issues and whatnot that put her in hospital for about a month, and that was kind of rough. So she's recovering. She's trying to go through the next couple little surgeries that she's got, make sure it's all done and taken care of, because she's going to Palm Springs. Last year we had some great times. I mean, we were Ian Stanley and Lou Ferrigno and Sam Jones, and it was quite entertaining being kind of granted on the same level as them in a VIP setting. So big shout out to her for, and her, and then of course, her husband Joe, which is taking care of her, and her son Marcus for all that he does to help his mom through what she's going through. So that's a lot. They've been there with me since the day that I started this. They've never left my side. A big driving force behind me to do a lot of the things that I do. So I'm happy for that. And then of course we got coming up 21st of this month, Arizona Corpse Crew will be out, numbers of characters for the Mad Monster Party Arizona 2017. You can check that out on Facebook. And we also will be out at Palm Springs and possibly down at Phoenix Comic Con, wandering around and checking it out, considering they canceled the Zombie Walk,
Right.
which doesn't make sense because there was tons and tons, like 10,000 people that normally went to it. And
They're gonna bring it back in
With the
March.
zombie walk, do you do the charity with it too?
yeah, the one like for downtown Phoenix, I can get a little bit closer to it. You'll see last year's big giant poster behind me. I don't know how well it comes out, but
It comes out good.
it's a big giant poster, and it's ran by Downtown Phoenix. Was the ones that started it. Some of the Phoenix ambassadors, a couple hundred people was in the first zombie walk, and we're going on year 9 this year. And last year they almost lost it because we overran the size of Heritage Square with
Yeah, I heard.
20,000 people in one of our walks. And so, what's going on, Eric?
Check him out.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's going on, man? This dude right here is an inspiration. He's got his 420 art jam that goes on like literally every day and puts on some crazy stuff. I mean, when I need stuff, I'm such, a beginner in this in a lot of specs compared to you. Some of the tips and stuff you put on there, I mean, it just makes it amazing for us. So much love, man. Thank you very much for being who you are and doing what you do as an artist.
Nice hair.
We have
thank you
joining.
so much.
We have
Right.
joining. If you would like, Michael, if you would like to stay for this particular segment, you are more than welcome to do that. I need first though to finish yours, and I got 2 more minutes left. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put you on the big screen, and I need you to give me any social media links or any of that other kind of fun stuff so that people know how to find you, or maybe send you an email. I know you hate emails, but Instagram or something.
Yeah, it's real easy. Everything's under AZ Corpse Crew. Corpses and bodies. Emails, Gmails, Instagram, Facebook, AZ Corpse Crew. Check out G Digger. That's me, the character I play. I'm the leader of the Corpse Crew. This is what we do. We try to make it interesting and have fun. We'll be out in Palm Springs in August. We'll be at Mad Monster at the end of this month. We're doing it a little step at a time. One mold, one life cast.
I know that.
One crazy leg that needs to be cut off for some odd reason, but
Let's do my head next time.
so yeah, we're doing it, and we're trying to get, it's not easy. It's hard, and it takes a lot of work. So like I said, check us out.
Absolutely.
Thank
you. Flip around to everybody so that we can see everybody. And hey, April and Ty and Tim and and in April, and G Tigger.
Me.
Michael Aguirre. All right. Thank you so much for doing your segment. And like I said, you are more than welcome, if it's okay with Eric, to be able to hang around, and we're gonna
More the
do this.
merrier.
I know, right? The more the merrier. How are you, Eric Fox? How you doing?
I am rocking and rolling. Yeah, hopefully I look okay. Hopefully the lighting's okay. I took the day off, so I'm actually at my house today, not doing the shop thing, which is nice. It's nice to
Got a
actually
couple of-
have a day off.
Couple of days off where you can do what you got to do and relax a little bit. You are one of the hardest working people in special effects that I know. That basically you and you started as a self-taught indie person in special effects and all of that, and I have just been in awe of some of the things that you have been doing over the past couple of years that I have known you. So let's properly introduce you. This is Eric Fox, and of course, you know my first chair co-host.
Really? 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 Good evening,
I do it all the
Eric.
time.
This
I
is
do it
Dead
all the
Door
time.
William.
That's gonna be in a blooper. Dead Door
Oh.
William. I love my Dead Door
I
William.
love you too, Jackie.
Oh my God, I can't remember.
Just remember what
I'm
Mike
gonna write
did.
your name down. I know.
He changed a vampire to a zombie, so keep that in mind.
I think that's probably what freaked me out, and I just went blank on your name. Oh my God. In the 4.5 years that I have done this show, I have never done
No?
that. So
Okay,
no, that's
your
gonna
one. That's your one.
That's
Good
great.
evening, Eric, and welcome to the show. I'm excited to have you here. We are excited to have
Thank
you
you
here.
guys for having me. This is a lot of fun, guys.
All
Dude, I've
right,
been
so
watching you like every chance I can on Facebook. Awesome.
Yeah, our Facebook shows are doing pretty good, actually. We started that whole 420 Art Jam thing as a joke, actually. For years, people were like, "Hey, man, you guys are pretty funny. Let's why don't you guys film yourself? When you guys are working." And I'm like, man, we smoke way too much weed to be throwing ourselves on camera. And then here in Cali, it just got legalized. So we're like, all right, cool. We're going to do our thing. And yeah, we've got a lot of great support, not just through the fans and other artists. Cause it's funny because I'm like really straight laced cat. I don't drink. I don't party. All I do is pretty much work. And but we do smoke a lot of weed around the shop, and it's pretty funny because it's like we're actually getting a lot of support. We just did a big local event with the local police department. They're all well aware of our 420 Art Jams. We're getting a lot of support through the county as well. So it's kind of cool. The stigma of the whole thing these days is definitely, especially out in California, is definitely getting a lot better. I mean, there's people have been using weed, since like 4000 BC. You know what I mean? So it's like mummies have been dug up with this stuff. It's used great in medicine and religion and all kinds of different things throughout history. And it's kind of cool to see that a lot of the regulations and stuff like that. I mean, it's a plant at the end of the day, and for my ADD, it definitely helps out. When I was a kid, I was on a lot of things like Ritalin and a lot of things like that, pharmaceuticals, and that stuff ends up like really stripping your soul away after a while. It just kind of turns you into a zombie and stuff, and not the good kind. No one wants to be like a complete emotional, spiritless zombie, from these pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, we put him in office that way.
I like
it's just crazy. So yeah, the 420 jams definitely. We've been getting a lot of great positive feedback for sure.
All right. So for people who may not know whom you are, Eric, I need you to give us a little bit of background, what it is that you do, what you create in, what genre generally you create in, and what your latest project is other than 420.
Oh man, we got all kinds of fun stuff. Basically, my name is Eric Fox. I'm a self-taught special effects makeup artist. Some of you might have seen me on season 4 of Face Off. I have my own little spin-off show, Foxy and Co., which we ended up not doing. It was a little too overproduced for what we were looking for, personally. Wasn't quite the right vibe that we were going for. So, didn't really follow through with that project. But yeah, I mean, we do everything from movies to music videos, TV shows. We stay pretty busy. We definitely run the gambit on weird, bizarre stuff for sure.
You, on your 420, have a number of masks and different kinds of things that people can not only enjoy watching you create, but that you have for sale and things of that sort. Give us a little bit of an idea of how you got started in doing that and what kinds of things. Hopefully you have some stuff that we can see or something during this segment so that we can get an idea of what it is hands-on that you do.
You know what? Actually, I really don't have too much to show because I'm actually at my house, and it's funny because my place, there's no monster stuff. It's actually pretty normal looking house, which is it's pretty silly. So I keep a lot of the work stuff at work. When I'm home, I like to just spend time with my lady and, do normal household activities that don't involve monsters. But as far as merchandise and masks, we over the last 3 months had just started putting together a merchandise line. And it's something that I've wanted to do for quite a while. We were in the process of really trying to launch a big merchandise line. We ended up having an investor fall through, so we weren't able to tackle stuff to the degree that we were really looking to do. So we're like, you know what, we're going to keep forging ahead and, try to put out a couple of masks a month. And, it's one of those things that even though we don't quite have the funds to do what we want to do, we're still forging ahead. We have about 8 masks now available for sale. We try to keep our prices relatively low, compared to the quality of the stuff that we're putting out. We want it, decent quality. We're just doing mostly like latex masks right now. Really don't want to get into the silicone masks. We do custom work, a lot of custom silicone masks and stuff. But as far as merchandise, we're going to keep that mostly geared towards latex masks and our pasty line, which we've been doing some promo like on our Topless Thursdays that we do over at the show.
All right, talk about your Topless Thursdays.
Basically, Topless Thursday, we've been doing this for quite a while over at the studio, way before we've been doing the live feeds. And basically what that is it's a good time to kind of come together, and it's basically practice. What we do is we do a complete character, a couple of different character makeups, and it's completely sculpted, molded, cast, applied, and photographed all in one day. So usually on Thursdays we'll run like a 10 to 12 hour live stream through the whole process. But it's a lot of fun, and it's a great way to keep the crew, in practice, and a great way that we can help train some of our interns and apprentices, and it's fun. And a lot of the photos and stuff we're going to eventually be turning into like a calendar and using for like shirts and stuff for our merchandise line, stuff like that.
How important is it for you to be diversified with what you're doing?
It's extremely important. One of the biggest things with doing effects is it's such a Mod Podge of so many different industries. We'll do like dental appliances, so there's like stuff from like the dentist industry. There's 3D modeling that we use for 3D print and stuff, so there's a lot of tech and a lot of like computer savvy stuff that needs to be done, as well as the traditional molding, casting, that kind of stuff. So it brings in together like science, with the chemistry. It brings in the fine arts with all the sculpting and mold making. It's just so many different elements, and tools and materials that you work with in this type of an industry. And as far as creative diversity, you can't just make monsters. We do a lot of robots, we do age makeups, we do character makeups. I'm really personally into like the fantasy type stuff, doing cool creatures, that kind of fun stuff, puppets. So yeah, I mean, it's a lot of fun. And I think the more diverse that you could be in this type of a business, the better, for sure.
Do you do much work, if at all, in animatronics?
Yeah, we actually do. We do quite a bit of animatronics. For Sharknado 3, we did Tara Reid's robotic arm. That was all designed in a computer, 3D printed. We built a Waldo unit controller. So basically, whatever movements I would do with my hand, the Tara Reid's fake hand would mimic those motions. We built the controller for that completely in-house. It was a special computer that was designed by Tim Lewis. He's an old school animatronics guy, worked on the Crypt Keeper back in the day. He does a lot of our programming and building of like custom computers and stuff. So yeah, it's a wide range of stuff that we get to play with. It's a lot of fun toys. For sure.
You are relatively in a newer generation of doing special effects and practical effects, and you are also pretty well adept in using computers and the benefits of using actually all three methods to be able to produce something that is incredible. What I'm interested in is what of the three do you most prefer to work in, and give us an example of that.
Oh wow, well obviously like practical makeup effects. Ever since I was a kid, I was fascinated with the cool transformations. It's the transformations, turning these cool actors into these wonderful monsters and creations and stuff. That was always something, the movie magic basically was something that always totally captivated me. So I would say the whole sculpting, mold making, casting, physical properties, I think, is one of the coolest parts of it. As far as computers, I look at computers as basically a tool. It's kind of like an airbrush. If you create a monster solely with your airbrush, then it's a painting. Same thing if you create a monster solely with your computer, it looks like a video game. You know what I mean? But when you have a practical creature, with all the elements, animatronics, and all that, and then you go back and use a computer for like compositing or erasing cables or puppeteer mechanisms that make that cool practical creature work, you're going to have a much cleaner, much more realistic looking end product at the end of the day. It's something physical that the actors can interact with, and as opposed to just looking at a green dot or somebody running around in green tights with a bunch of dots on them. Right. So to me, that's very important, to keep that practical element alive and just use digital for enhancement,
Thank you for that. We have a question from the chat room. Please go ahead, DD.
This comes from DF Neely. When you're not doing special effects art, what is your charitable gigs? And do you have an actual understudy?
We have an apprentice. We have a couple of interns. As far as charitable gigs, I mean, we do stuff with the county. We just did a big, huge thing with the local police department for one of the local high schools, which we have some other stuff lined up with the local police department around here. Yeah, I mean, anything that we usually can do to definitely like help out like youth. That's one of the biggest things is one of the things that I feel is so important is youth these days, they need goals. They need to realize that you got to work hard for stuff. There's a big sense of entitlement lately with the youth of this country. You know, it's that whole YouTube quick gratification. You know, they feel that, you know, you know, if I can just go on, you know, social media, that I'll become this big star and all that other stuff. And what they don't realize is a lot of that. I mean, there's a lot of work that goes into all this. I've done this stuff for over 20-something years before anybody even knew who the hell I was. You know, so we definitely try to do things with the youth, you know, things to try to help keep, you know, people like motivated and, you know, sticking with stuff, you know, find, one of the things that I notice about talking to a lot of young people these days is nobody knows what the hell they want to be when they grow up, you know, and it's like, and when I say kids, I'm talking like, you know, talking about, you know, people in their 20s, you know, it's like a lot of these people have no idea what they want to be when they grow up. And I just remember, you know, when I was younger, you know, that was something the teachers would always ask, like, well, what would you like to do when you grow up? You know, and you have the kids, oh, firefighter, police officer, astronaut, you know, this, I always said special effects makeup artist. That's what I wanted to be. But yeah, you know, it's just, you know, so things just more geared towards like teens and young adults and stuff, you know, just, you know, I try to use my experiences to say, hey, you know, like, don't give up. You know, it's like I did this shit 20 years and finally now I'm getting recognition. You know, had I given up at the 15-year mark, then none of this would have ever happened and nobody would know who the hell I am.
It is. It seems to me to be true that the closer you feel to just going hell with it, the closer it is you are actually to the right point you need to be. And I mean, with this show, I've been doing this for, you know, 4.5 years, and I felt like I was just spinning my wheels and not really getting to anywhere, going up to the next level. And so I dropped it. I'm like, you know what? We're not doing this anymore because I'm just not getting the right vibe from it. And it sometimes though, you do need to take a break. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, I've taken a few breaks throughout my career for sure, and I've always felt that drive to get right back into it. You know, that was my biggest thing. You know, sometimes it's great with anything just to, you know, take a vacation. Like, trust me, I could use a vacation right now. But, you know, but then it's like I always feel that urge, you know, it's like, man, no, you know what? I got to stick with this. You know, I got to keep going at it. I'm a very self-motivated person, you know?
So I want to get your idea about something that I think everybody on the planet at some point needs to do. That is write a book, because everybody has a story. Now I'm wondering if at some point you are thinking about writing a book about the experiences of how you got into the industry and what that has meant to you for mental stability, for social stability, and to actually feel accomplished.
I think that's a great idea. I think instead of a book, I want to do like a TV special of the week. You know, I think that's the route that I think I'd rather go, just because I don't like writing a bunch. But you know, we maybe get Johnny Depp to play my part. I'm thinking.
Somebody, you know.
I can see that.
I know, right? Absolutely. All right.
But no, yeah, no, I totally see what you're saying with that, and Yeah, I mean, it's there's so much. My life has been a crazy life, and you know that's the thing, and a lot of that is just because you know you got to take chances with life. You got to anytime to achieve anything uh, of greatness, you got to take risks. You got to make sacrifices. You got to, you know, and there's a lot that goes into it, you know. And I'm still on that quest. You know, by no means am I there yet. You know, so you know, I'm still working on it.
All right, so we touched on young people and especially what they're now calling the millennials. My question to you is, do you think that the school experience for them, do you think that they are like quashing the ability to be able to be creative, or do you think that there are some aspects in their schooling that helps them be creative? What do you think about the
Well, here's
education?
the thing. I think it's all honestly on the school system itself. You know, like different school, yeah, you know, different districts and stuff like that obviously have more resources than others. I know overall there's been a big cut in arts
Yes.
with a lot of the schools, which I think is very, very unfortunate. I think that, you know, there's been a bigger boost though with tech. You know what I mean? You know, computers and that kind of stuff. So in a way, I think that the computer part's good. You know, but at the end of the day, people need to have access to creative, you know, stuff because it's the creators, it's the people, the thinkers, the creators and stuff that are the ones that develop all the new stuff. You know what I mean? And everybody's so wrapped up with these colleges these days and stuff. And it kind of cracks me up because the colleges, unless you're going to be like a doctor, a lawyer, some stuff like that, I mean, honestly, most of the colleges these days are just honestly a joke. I would not send my kids to any of these colleges because I mean these days it's a lot of brainwashing. Basically, it's everybody's so wrapped up on these weird like social type classes, you know, that I mean no one needs a freaking degree in lesbian science, you know what I mean? It's not really gonna help out. You know, it's just I don't know. I think more focus needs to be set on you know, trades and stuff like that. Actually, you know, doing something. You know, not just the way that the colleges shut down free speech these days, and I mean, it's crazy, and that's a whole nother topic.
Right.
You know what I mean? But yeah, I think trade schools and learning a craft, or, you know, a career is probably the most important thing. I think that these people need to be focusing on.
All right, DD, do you have any questions for our guest currently?
I had a few from the chat, but I think you
Please
asked
go
them
ahead.
both.
Go ahead.
One of them says, "Do you believe that what the students are learning in schools is truly enough to get them into the special effects industry?"
It depends on, like, if you're talking about makeup schools, yeah, there's some great schools out there for sure. And they'll definitely give you a.
DD, move your mic. You're heavy breathing. Thank
Sorry.
you. Go.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Yeah, I mean, like as far as like the makeup schools, which that goes kind of back to like trade schools and stuff. Yeah, I think that they definitely, depending on the schools, you know, give you a pretty good idea of products and stuff. You know, and by the time you're done with going to makeup effects school, you'll definitely know if you want to do it or not. That's for sure. You know, but you know, that's kind of like anything in life, you know. But yeah, I think there's some great schools out there for
Good,
sure.
good. All right, I want to ask you a question. Surprise.
Surprise!
Yeah, I know, right? So
I love
you've been on Face Off and you did a number of things with them. And you've also done your own independent work before that and after.
Yeah.
Now, I had somebody that came on first and second hour, and they were talking about how a lot of these younger producers come in and say, oh, well, we have this amount of money, but we want basically this amount of effect, and you're going to do it because we know you need work, blah, blah, blah. And they don't really get how much time, number one, it takes. They don't understand how much the materials cost. They have no idea. And or they just don't understand the concept of the craft itself. Now, do you think that that's based on shows like watching shows like Face Off and seeing how fast these things seem to happen? Or do you think that there's something else that's lacking in their understanding of what needs to be done for even a small film project?
Well, I think the biggest thing with a lot of the younger film producers is lack of experience. Unless you're buying effects materials, you really have no idea how much it costs. Like almost every bucket of 5-gallon bucket that we buy is at least $300-400, like for the most part. It's but and that's just for one ingredient. And if you're making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, you got to buy 3 ingredients. You know what I mean? Plus the plates and all the other shit that goes along with it. So it's like it's makeup effects is a lot more complicated than a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. So there's a lot more ingredients involved. And each one of those ingredients at several $100 a pop really adds up very, very quickly. And a lot of times, we'll get these independent film producers and stuff that'll hit us up, and they'll show us reference from like Prometheus or like some big huge movie and be like, I want something like that, and I got like $900, and I'm like, dude, they had like freaking like millions of dollars to build that. You know what I mean? It's like, come on. We get that kind of stuff a lot, and the cool thing with effects is, there's high-end ways and low-end ways of doing it, and it's like, if you're building a creature, the more you want to have that creature on camera, you're going to have to sink more money into it. You can cheat some shit real quick if you're going to keep it in the shadows and the dark and, that kind of stuff. But if you're wanting something really cool and dynamic that you can get some great shots, it's going to cost some money.
All right. So we're going to... Yeah, it will. So, all right. So what I'm interested in asking you now is when you go ahead and you accept a script, what are some of the main things that you look for before you go and accept the script and say, yeah, I'm going to do it? What do you look for?
Budget a little bit and creativity. Subject matter. I mean, we do a lot of weird shit. We work on some weird stuff. So we're not really too easily offended. We very rarely turn down a project due to subject matter, just because. So it's more. If it's something it's going to be feasible for us to do. Within budget, timelines, that kind of stuff.
All right. And then what's the next thing after you look at the budget and you go, okay, let's see what we can do with this. What about the actual effects themselves? How do you go and take a look at something and say, okay, well, this person wants it to look like this on the camera. I can do it this way, or this way. What do you do to be able to discern how you're going to do that?
Well, basically, we'll get an idea of what the director's looking for and, kind of an idea of their budget. And we'll basically do the best we can to pull off that vision with the allotted time and resources that we have available, So, if a guy's like, hey, I want someone to get chopped in half and, this or that. Basically, I'll find out, how much do you want to show of this getting chopped in half? Do you want to, there's different ways of doing it. And then a lot of times I'll ask them for storyboards just to kind of get an idea of the angles that they're looking for. And once I have that information, then I can go back and, you know, kind of like, all right, cool. Well, hey, you know, we can do this, this, and this too, just to kind of, you know, beef it up a little bit. Or if it's not within their budget, you know, we can be like, well, hey, we're going to have to cheat this right here because you guys just don't have enough to make that second half of the body. You know what I mean? So but yeah, at the end of the day, my goal is to give any production, you know, the most bang for the buck, for sure. Because as an artist, I just want the stuff to look as cool as it possibly can, you know, when it shows up to set and it's on camera.
How much creative leeway do you normally get when you get a project?
Luckily, we've been pretty lucky as far as we get a lot of creative control. A lot of cats kind of let us do our thing. You know, they'll give us like a basic idea, they'll shoot us a reference and stuff, and then we just kind of put our own spin on it. You know, we put our own little twist on it.
All right. Cheat Digger, do you have a question for our current guest?
Yeah, I mean, he's answering a lot of it as we go. The hardest thing that I've found, and he's kind of nailed it on the head, is on the indie level. I mean, I've only been doing this for 5 years, and I'm elevating quickly and getting them to understand when they want to shoot a music video or shoot something, to understand. They're like, oh, we got, you know, $300 or $400, and I'm like, okay, but what angles are you shooting it from? What perspective are you doing and whatnot? And they go, huh? And it's because they haven't dealt with the horror realm or the scary stuff or actual practical prosthetics and effects and whatnot. So it makes it a lot harder for them to understand when you go, okay, in order to make those legs, you're looking at $250, $300 of materials. And they're like, what? They're legs. And I'm like, exactly.
They have no idea.
Goes in them, air?
Yeah, they have no idea, you know, because they don't realize it's going to, you know, okay, to do a decent leg cast, you know what I mean? It's going to be, all right, $40, $50 worth of alginate, plus another $50 worth of plaster bandages, plus, you know, the clay that you got to melt down to pour into the alginate, and then the foam to back the clay, and then that's just to get a cast. You know, then you got to go back, clean up the you know, the clay, you know, make your plaster molds off of that, and then cast it in your latex or your silicone or what, you know. So, I mean, it's like so many different ingredients and steps and stuff. And a lot of times people, independent directors and producers, they literally think you have like a magic box that you can just bring to set and then just whip up some stuff with like flour and like, you know, latex and pancake mix or whatever, and then make them whatever the hell they want. And that's just not the reality of it.
Yeah, well, you can do it. You can do it, but there's the difference between doing it and doing it right. And if it's got your name on it, if it's got like Michael Aguirre's name on it, or if it's got Eric Fox's name on it, you guys are going to want to make sure that it looks the right way, because people are watching what you're doing.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. You know, and that's just one of the biggest things is at the end of the day, putting out artwork that you're happy with. You know, I mean, even for our little cheesy topless Thursdays, you know, we still try to put out a decent product, you know, because, you know, we give a shit about what we do, you know, and it's you know, it's a lot of fun, you know, turning out good pieces.
Right.
It's
Absolutely.
loving what you do. It's the passion for your art, your craft. You know, I mean, me myself, I play the character that I play because I love what I do with them.
I think that's
it
why
gives
most
you
of
the
us
ability
get
to be
into business.
different. You know, it gives you the ability to do things that people tell you can't do. I mean, I've been told tons and tons of times no on projects or no for this, and I'm not letting me stop that. You know, it's people that do it that are self-taught like yourself, people like Jackie and Didor and whatnot that show their support and support even the small guys like you do. I mean, I've talked to your crew and stuff on the 420 Art Jam plenty of times, and it's
awesome.
it's such a blast, you know, watching the stuff that you guys do because you show everything. You're not hiding stuff like a lot of people when you watch their YouTube videos. They don't show you certain steps and whatnot. You show and explain all of
Yeah,
it.
because they're trying
You
to
know.
get you to buy their book for $20-$30. You know what I
know,
mean?
doesn't that suck,
That's the
Oh.
thing.
That
What-
just sucks bricks when they go, oh, I'm gonna they set it up and they go, I'm gonna talk to you about blah blah blah, and then it's like about 2 minutes in, buy my book, and then they give you a little bit of something, but they keep going around and say the same damn thing, and you go, buy my book, and I'm like, click. I don't think so.
Yeah, you know, that's one of the things. That's one of the things that we like about the 420 Art Jam too. Is we kind of look at that as a you know, basically like a almost like a hangout, you know, where artists can kind of get together, and that's why we take all the different comments that pop up, man, and you know, all the comments that pop up. I mean, unless someone's just being just completely like ignorant and blatant and rude, you know, we definitely try not to address some of those comments, because no matter what you do, you're going to get trolls. You know,
Right.
we'll get like 50,000 views a night sometimes on some of this stuff. So with that amount of people viewing, there's going to be trolls. You know, so that stuff we try to skip over, because we want to, you know, keep this as a, you know, keep the show as like a real positive vibe type deal. You know, we really want to focus more on the good and the positivity of stuff and all that, and at the end of the day have fun, you know, and it's not fun to have to argue with people, so, you know, we skip the trolls, and, you know, they end up making themselves look like idiots, you know
Yeah,
what I mean? So,
they sure do. All right, we're gonna go over to Dead Door William, and he's got some questions from the chat room. Go ahead, DD. Mike, DD.
Yeah, it takes me a minute to get over to the mic. Sorry. First off, Daryl says hello.
hello, Daryl.
And he also asked, how is Melissa?
Melissa is doing lovely.
Okay. Now into his big question. Being a special effects giant to many in the motion picture industry, how does family life and being in the industry combine?
It's tough. Luckily, Melissa is also a special effects artist. So,
Makes it easy.
yeah, exactly, because she's there right by my side most of the time doing stuff. Or if she is at home, she's, you know, fielding like, you know, calls and, you know, helping, you know, get to, you know, questions and stuff, you know, from clients. And yeah, I mean, she's been doing effects herself for quite a while, you know, so, and she was doing it way before we met, you know, so that's one of the cool things is we have that mutual love for the art. So that's definitely one of the things that helps out as far as that goes, for sure.
Yeah, it's very important to be able to have a support system.
That's a
After
big part.
doing, after, I mean, DD, you know that we have
Yeah.
had some incredible artists and creatives come on to the show, and because I like to think that everybody has got somebody that's going to support what they're doing. But we have heard stories from people that say, I'm the only one that's in my community, literally where they live, or I don't have support from anybody that is in my house, or they kind of sort of pay attention, but they don't really, and I still feel like an outsider. This show here is part of your community that gives a damn about what you're doing. Talk about the importance. I would like both G Digger and Eric to talk about the importance of that sense of community and your perspective about what you have found working with doing your craft. So please, Eric, start.
Wow, that's a big in-depth question there. Let me see. As far as where to start with that one, support Support is really, really important. You know, it's probably one of the biggest keys is it's really hard to stay passionate and stay focused on something if what you're fighting for and what you're you know, waking up every day striving to do, if you don't have that support, you know, if you have I mean, you know, that was, trust me, I've dealt with that. I've dealt with that. You know, I can't really talk about the topic or anything, but I have an ex-wife because of that type of stuff, you know, and
Yep.
it supports key, you know, and right now I am so excited and so happy about the support system that we have, man. We have the most wonderful crew over at our shop. You know, it's you know, these people are coming in and none of us are making really any money. You know what I mean? We're just busting ass to keep the doors open at this point.
Right.
You know, while we're trying to get this merchandise line up and going, you know, it's there's a big difference between fame and finances. You know, I still get stopped at the store all the time and this and that, or when I go to these shows and stuff. But I mean, it's like, just because people know who you are doesn't mean that, you know, you're rolling in the bucks. Like with the 420 art jams, you know, that all comes out of pocket. We don't get paid for any of that. You know, we don't have a big production company coming in and you know, paying. So it's like, you know, thank God I brought in Jake, you know, my shop foreman over there, like my business partner. Like that guy, man, that guy is so on top of stuff and kick ass. Like, thank God for that guy. And you know, the rest of the crew, man, like April, she's wonderful. Like met her actually on Facebook, and she's been with us for over a year now. And just the growth that I've seen from when she first came in to where she is now with her abilities is just amazing. She does some of the cleanest blending applications and stuff that I've seen, you know. So it's, I mean, it's great. Jessica, you know, she's awesome. And obviously my wife Melissa, I mean, she's great, and she's an effects artist as well. You know, so I mean, we got a great solid crew. We got a great group of friends. You know, it's our support system's really, really cool. And that's one of the reasons too that we set up the 420 Art Jam page, is because that's a place where other artists and stuff can join and share their work and network. I mean, we're up to like almost like 800 members on that group now, which is, I guess that's okay for a Facebook group or whatever. And it's very active. You know, people are posting multiple postings a day, and it's a great way for people to network, you know, and do their thing.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. All right, I'm going to go over to Michael Aguirre, also known as G Digger, and ask the same question.
Sorry, what was the question? I was listening to what he was saying.
Support, G Digger. Why is that so important? And how does it affect you in your creative situation to have either support or to not have support sometimes?
The support is really important. I mean, it's what gives you your drive and your ambition at times. It's, you know, it's kind of everything. I mean, I have, you know, I work a regular job. I'm a commercial glazer by trade. I work every day, and then in the afternoons and evenings, you know, sculpting what I can, or, you know, working on a music video or whatever project I can get into other than, you know, I'm just with the family, you know. My wife really helps me out a lot, so it makes it a lot easier for me to
That's very
do a
important.
lot of it. she's not a special effects artist. She's a medical assistant at a big hospital, and so it's a completely different field. So it takes some adjusting and getting used to, because there are times that when I'm on set, I'm gone until 2, 3 in the morning, or sometimes I'm gone for a day or two, on a project or a week or whatnot. And you're away from the family, you're away from the house. So it can be hard, but having that support and that love that everybody sees you be making yourself happy by what you're doing, that gives you that drive and whatnot to do some more. You know what I mean? And people
All right.
with Jack and
Yeah.
whatnot, it makes it great.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you. And I have such respect for both of you, because I've seen you at your peaks, and then I've seen the kind of settling out and then the coming back up again. And what's beautiful about all of that is that you didn't quit. So now we're going to get into some kind of sticky questions over here. DD has another question from the chat room, and it's kind of a twofold. So let's take a pieces part of that question. DD, go. Your choice.
All right, let's go with the first one. Has there ever been a time when you feel like your back is broken and you're tired of dealing with the idiots in the industry?
Every day. Every day, man. We work our asses off. Like, man, we tear ourselves up, and that's the thing, dude. There's a lot of freaking idiots in this business. That's why I don't live in LA. I live about an hour away from LA. We don't go to the big LA parties that we get invited to. I stay away from all the schmoozing. I want to do this for the art of it. You know what I mean? Not to deal with the idiots. And yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff, but at the end of the day, we try to really focus on the positive stuff, so it's like I try not to give the idiots too much credit or play. You know what I mean? I focus in on all the cool people we work with, because we work with such great clients, and we have so much fun. I mean, we get up and literally we're like laughing our asses off from the time we wake up in the morning and I see my pretty lady laying there, to the time that Jake's dropping me off at the end of the night after, sometimes God, man, our topless Thursdays will go to freaking 6, 7 o'clock the next morning sometimes, and it's a lot of work, but we do it live and we have so much fun. I mean, we're laughing our butts off there, and that's the biggest thing is learning to laugh through all the ridiculousness that goes on, because I mean, we go live sometimes on Topless Thursday, and our model will back out maybe half an hour before we go live. We'll go live with no model, and body painters showing up and artists showing up to glue stuff on, us not having no models, so yeah, it's just it's fun, but it all works itself out, and we always end up with a great shoot at the end of the night, so we just laugh our way through it.
Mike? You there?
Did you say Mike?
Yeah, I said Mike. Cheater.
Okay. You caught me off guard.
You deal with them too?
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. I mean, I've learned, and you learn it every time, as you progress and you move forward, the conflicts, the drama, the hurt feelings and stuff that you get because you're doing something and somebody else is doing something else, and it's hard at times. It really is. I mean, there's been plenty of times where I've been like, you know what, it just isn't worth it anymore. I'm not, I didn't feel I was going anywhere or doing anything, and tried to back off of it And when I did, I just got bombarded by people, and it kind of was like, you started something by being the character that I was, or I am still. And so it can be really difficult. It can be really stressful, and you just have to kind of push through it. If it's what you love and what you like doing, like I do, I have a blast out of it. We go on set. I mean, there's times we've been on set for 19 hours in one day, and you push through it. Everybody works together. Everybody supports each other. You have times you're goofing around, you're playing around. You create a family with the people in your industry. And the directors and producers can be a pain in the ass a lot of the time, pretty much most of the time. And sometimes you just got to tell them, look, this is how it is. You cannot have me put my character in full makeup and then go practice his choreograph. You need to already know his
Oh
fights.
yeah, I know that one, man. You have no idea.
I had one happen where they had me do him full up. He had tusks on his face, and all the blood was set for a certain scene, and then they wanted him to go practice his choreographed fight scenes where he got struck. And I was like, no. And everybody looked at me and went, well, you're a makeup artist. You can't tell the director this. And I said, well, guess what? I'm going to create a reputation because I just did.
Oh, you don't want to know about some of my reputations with these dipshit directors, man. I'll tell them to eat one. I got no problem with that. If they're being complete asinine, yeah, for sure. But yeah, no, dude, in this business, you'll run into all kinds of stuff. We'll make fake heads and stuff, and have all the cables coming out a certain angle, and the director will come and be like, "Oh, well, that's the area that I want to film," and I'm like, "Well, no, your storyboard said something different." That's why it's important to get storyboards or sample shots of the angles, because that way, once you have that in your possession, if there's ever any discrepancy once you get on set, you can show them the storyboards that they sent you and say, hey, look, this is how you were going to shoot this shot. So I got all the cables coming out this side back here that you don't see if you were to shoot the shot like you have it, like you directed me to. So that's one of the important little things that I like to do for anything super complicated. I always let them know right off the bat, any choreography, all that stuff. Yeah, if there's major effects or there's like tubes or cables attached and stuff. Yeah, I mean, because we'll have squibs ready to go, and then the director will be like, hey, we want this guy to practice falling, and I'm like, dude, we got like all this like CO2 and blood rigs and shit like hooked up to this dude. No, we're not going to do that. That's all has to be done beforehand. And yeah, that's just one of the things. And I mean, dude, we've dealt with all types. I've worked on hundreds of movies, hundreds over the last 20 years, and a lot of those independent movies. And I mean, we've dealt with every type of situation you could possibly think of with the director. And each situation's unique, and we respond accordingly. Luckily, most of the, thank goodness, like knock on wood, like most of the shit we do is very positive. Most of our clients are repeat clients. Most of our stuff that we do works out great, ends great, and we very rarely have issues. And when we do. Yeah, I mean, if we're, if it's some on the director's end or production's end, and, we deal with a lot of these, like, pompous, like, young directors that all of a sudden think they're Michael Bay because they're directing their first movie and stuff and have egos. And, yeah, dude, like, one producer, was yelling at this kid and yelling at, everybody on set and just being just this pompous ass, dude. And yeah, I mean, I literally told the producer, man, I'm going to kick this guy in the dick next time he yells at somebody. And they went and relayed that to the director, and he didn't yell at nobody else, for fear of a dick kicking. It's that's just how it works.
You need to be very aware of not only, of course, the products that you're using, because sometimes people can be allergic to that stuff too, right?
Mhm.
You know, you have to be aware of that. You also have to be aware of how much product you need for the particular special effect, especially if you're filming for real that day. You also need to be aware of how the weather affects what you're going to be doing. We talked, I know we talked a couple of times about weather and how it will either help to aid what you're doing or it will hinder what you're doing. But then when you've got to deal with the producers and the directors and the lighting and the all of the other stuff that comes with it, it can make you want to lose your mind, because you're trying to come there to do a job that you were asked to do, but now you've got all of these other things, and it's very much not contained in a nice little box or package or whatever you want to call it. So what do you do when you have so many things that you need to do, and you got all of these other people with these personalities that think that they're like the best?
That's a long, multi-parted question. First off, with as far as set goes, in different conditions and directors and stuff, like we'll get directors change their mind all the time. So I mean, we always take way more shit to set than we would ever possibly need. We'll take stuff stuff that you wouldn't even think that we would need. We'll bring that just because you never know. That's one of the things is directors change their mind. They kind of call us makeup artists because we make it up as we go. So it's one of those deals. So it's you got to be prepared for that. Weather, I mean, we use a lot of PAX paint and alcohol-based paint, so that stuff's pretty weather resistant. Whether it's hot or cold or wet or whatever, that shit's going to be on, unless they're dipped in alcohol. So,
All right.
yeah.
Yeah. All right. So we are at the 11:56 p.m. Eastern Standard Time mark. And what I need to do for each one of you is get where you're going to be within the next month or two. Whatever projects you're going to be doing, if you're going to be at conventions, all of that kind of stuff. I would like Eric to go first. Please go ahead.
All right. We'll be at FantasiaCon and NDO coming up, I believe, the 19th, the weekend of the 19th this month. Look for Kuso. Kuso's coming out. It was directed by Flying Lotus. Got a lot of great reviews over at Sundance this year. That comes out next month. We have, like 4 movies right now on Netflix. That would be Tales of Halloween. We have They're Watching. We have, let me see, Don't Kill It. That's a new one with Dolph Lundgren. We did a couple of the gags in there, as well as The Raking. I believe that's on Netflix. That is released, though. We also have The Horde. I mean, we have tons of stuff. Sharknado 3, that's still available on Netflix. So, yeah, we have several things so you can check out our work. Definitely, hit up the Eric Fox page. Hit up the 420 RJM page. Those are great pages. Yeah, it's a lot of fun, man. We have a lot of fun. And please check out our merchandise line that we had started up.
Talk
Definitely
about what's the name of your merchandise line?
It doesn't really have a merchandise. It doesn't have a name. It's just check it out.
Check it out. Get over there. Look, 420. He runs that almost every day, it seems like, and
3 days a week.
Yes, and his Topless Thursdays. Check that out too. It's a very cool stuff. Yeah. All right, now we're going to go over to Michael Aguirre, and we're going to ask you the same thing. Give me what you got in the next 2 months as far as conventions or personal appearances and all that fun stuff. Go.
I'll be making a personal appearance as a Gravedigger at Mad Monster coming up on the 19th, 20th, and 21st in Arizona. It's Mad Monster Party 2017 Arizona. Also check out our Facebook page under AZ Corpse Crew, my G Digger page, and keep showing your support and love for what we do and whatnot. Continue to hang out with this show and check out everything that's going on. It's a great opportunity to get things out there and for people to get known for what they do. So,
Absolutely. All right, so Eric Fox, what do you think about Zombiepalooza Radio on YouTube?
Love
And now tonight we aired in Texas, in Austin, Texas, on Channel 10 and I think 99 for AT&T, what they have out there. And yeah, what do you think about that?
That's great. Really excited.
Good stuff. All right, so Michael Aguirre, what do you think about Zombiepalooza Radio on YouTube? It's been a while for you.
yeah, I mean, I've been doing this for quite a while with you and whatnot. It's always a great opportunity. There's always a lot of love and respect. The people that you get to have on in the different areas of the genres that you cover is always interesting and definitely knowledgeable with the people that come on and do the stuff they do. So I'm always happy to be on, and I've always loved your show. So
thank you very much. All right, well, both of you are welcome to stay for the last hour, but if you need to go, I understand. Please search on your device for the red phone and you can click out of it that way. We are going into our 5th hour and we have with us, I don't want to kill your last name. So your first name is John. Your last name is pronounced?
Reign, R-E-I-G-N.
Good, I did it right the first time then. I just wanted to make sure that I got it from you directly. All right, so we have John Reign with us, who has been in the entertainment industry for a good, 40 some odd years?
Yeah.
And within the last 15 years, he has film experience, and we want to talk with him about the different kinds of things that he's been involved with. But first, what I need to do is properly introduce you to my co-host, first chair co-host. You have Dead Door William. Dead Door, this is John Reign.
Good evening, John. Welcome to
Hi,
the
how
show.
are you? Glad to meet you.
I'm awesome today.
Good. All right. So I would like for people who don't know who you are or what you do, for you to first tell us who you are, what it is that you do, and what it will be that you will be speaking about today.
Well, I guess I'm John Reign, and I'm a director for the last 15 years. I was actually a promoter before that, working with some of the larger stage shows out of New York. What I've got going right now is Polestar Productions, and we're doing a bunch of indie films that are being distributed by Cinema Epoch.
Okay, so talk about, let's see, where do I want to go first? Well, let's start at the beginning. You had a pretty amazing bio of your years as a promoter in music, and I would like people to hear about the quality of where you come from, so that people can understand why you're being picked to do what you're doing now. So give us a little of that.
Where do you want me to start with, like from the very beginning?
Well, not from the time that you first entered into the world, no, but I would like to give me some perspective of, like, say, when you were in perhaps your 30s and moving forward.
Well, I guess I'd have to start where it all started. I was actually a singer with MCA Records for two and a half years. I was an Elvis impersonator. And I walked out of my contract because I got tired of wearing the makeup and being in persona of Elvis all the time. So I walked out on my contract and tried to make it on my own as a singer. And it fell flat on my face because no matter what I did, everybody said I sounded like Elvis or was trying to do Elvis. So I did everything I could to get away from that persona, and it just stuck with me. So I wasn't very successful as a singer in the business. So I had a lot of connections at that time, a lot of people that I'd met, and I started promoting shows and that sort of thing. And I was still young. I was, oh my gosh, 19, 20. Fell into magic. Started meeting a bunch of magicians. I worked at the Osmond Studio out of Orem, Utah. I was the warm-up magician for their studio acts. I got to know Donnie pretty good. And then I stumbled into Doug Henning, who was a pretty big magician at the time. He was David Copperfield at the time, and started designing illusions and stuff with him and his wife Debbie. And then I started doing my own magic shows, which was called Erminy and Watson Magical Productions, and I toured all through the West with that. But then I went back into promoting. I was promoting bands, some of the older bands, the bands that had made it and were kind of on their way out. I started promoting them. I'm Forrest Gump in the entertainment industry. I've done just about everything. Then I went into comedians. I worked with some of the bigger comedians. I did Sam Kinnison's last concert in Syracuse, New York, which was called Loud as Hell Concert. Mm-hmm. And we had, I believe it was, no, who was it? It was Adam Sandler that opened up for him when he was just starting on Saturday Night Live. Yeah. And he bombed. He actually bombed. And he was back in the green room, and I went back to see him, and he says, "Look, you don't owe me nothing." He said, I didn't do a good job. And I felt so bad for him. I said, "Look, kid," I said, "you could have been God himself out there. They were here to see Sam. You did a good job. And I really think you're going to be something someday." And look at him now.
What do you have a lot of personal experience, not just from like watching it, like from like, where I'm sitting and watching it on the screen, or maybe watching it from a chair and seeing on stage. You're right there up into the action of what's really going on. And there are a lot of people that don't really get the fact that these people are human beings. They're having an experience, and they are not always born with the ability to come bam right out of the box, so to speak, and be able to knock them dead. That there are these human aspects of, I guess, evolving into what it is that your passion is. Yeah, that's very true. And being a promoter for all that time, I did get to meet a lot of the bigger entertainers. And there was a human side to them that when you see the persona just on one side of the fence, that's all you're getting. You're not getting the whole picture. So yeah, I did get to see the other side of them a lot. Their anxiousness, their fears, their thoughts on even daily life. I was fortunate enough to promote George Carlin 3 times, and had dinner with the man 3 times. And what a wonderful person he was, intelligent person. And when everybody asked me about him, they're always like, "Tell me about George." They always want to know about the hippy dippy weatherman and all that kind of stuff. He was not that hippy dippy weatherman. He was George Carlin, and his views on life were pertinent, to say the least, to the times. And his humor was derived from that, and that's what made his act so appealing, is that he extended that. When you listened to George Carlin, heard an element of your life right there. You got that. It wasn't something that was like you weren't separated from it. You were right in there and you were laughing. The reason why you were laughing is because you either know somebody like that or you did that.
Well, you know, I knew George Carlin before I knew George Carlin. I mean, I was a young kid and I was growing up watching George Carlin and listening to him about the 7 dirty words you couldn't say. And, you know, so when I actually got to meet him and talk to him about that, that's what I was trying to say. A lot of his stuff was derived from his personal experiences. And he really was anti-government, anti-establishment, because he felt that it was unneeded, it was uncalled for, that we don't need big government telling us what to do. We're grown-up people, we can direct ourselves. Laws are there to protect us. And he kind of felt that, you know, it all went astray to go to profit. And that's where the big corporate structures come in. So he hammered them with his entertainment, you know, with his comedy. And he made a lot of enemies on the corporate levels.
Doing that, yeah. So being able to be around these people as they're coming up and being a part of watching that, more than even a fly on the wall, but right there affecting how they are going to be within that small time frame that you're with them on that one-on-one. What did you, it had to have changed you somehow into the person that you are now. Looking back at all of the stuff that you did as a promoter for these people, what did you get out of that? What was your perspective that helped to push you to keep going and not stop?
Well, I guess it was the love of what I was doing. I mean, I got to live a dream. I got to step into a dream, but the dream became reality. And in that reality, there were substances that, you know, separated the dream from reality. And the more that I got involved with it, the more it consumed me to meet these individuals. I mean, I've I've had a pretty blessed life that way, and it changed my perspective of entertainment and how it's presented. It's the layman out there that doesn't live on the other side of the fence, that looks at an entertainer differently. I always used to say, after I was doing it for a while, people, I would compare them to like Charlie Chaplin of the day. Everybody thought Charlie Chaplin was this cute little guy with a stick that came out and waddled funny. So when they met Charlie Chaplin, that's what they were expecting. They were expecting this cute little guy with the derby and the little hat to swing his little cane. He was very political. He was very intelligent. He had many activist rights that he pursued. And the only time he became Charlie Chaplin is when the cameras were on him or when he was on stage in persona. So yeah, if you take that with like the George Carlins, the Sam Kinnisons, the Andrew Dice Clay, all those guys, they weren't, those are just characterizations of what they do on stage. A good one would be Bobcat Goldthwait, which I'm pretty good friends with. And I used to impersonate him pretty good. And everybody thought Bobcat talked like, you know, so you come out and that's what they were expecting. Bobcat's not like that. Bobcat's a very intelligent guy with a lot to offer. So, I mean, that transformed me a little bit that way, where I didn't become a layman anymore. Now I was like expecting, what are these people really like behind the mask?
That is the beauty of being able to have that comfort zone. I've had it a few times where I can meet first the persona, and then when the lights go off and everybody, I guess the audience goes away and they just sit down in a comfortable chair and have a glass of wine or a cup of coffee or I don't know, maybe they're smoking a little something. But they're relaxed, and then you get to see those layers, those outside layers, those performance layers come off, and you get to see what the real person is like. And then you find out that a lot of times they are extremely intelligent. They must be to be able to set that part of them so that they can go and do that element that's way out there. In all of the time that you've been working with these people who you have seen do that, what do you think allows them to be able to have that larger than life personality and then come back down and just be that regular person?
Wow, that's a difficult question for me to answer, because I think it's generalizing all entertainers. I think some of them do get lost in their personas. I think some of them have a hard time dealing with reality and fiction of what they're involved with, and that's why they turn to other sources, is what you were talking about. The drugs, the alcohol, the wild lifestyle. Some of them come from, you know, extremely poor backgrounds, and all of a sudden they're gifted with, you know, all this money, and they don't know how to handle it. So, you know, they're kind of cast out there into it. Elvis Presley was a prime example, the country boy who all of a sudden became, you know, an icon in rock and roll. It practically destroyed the man, but there was an essence of him that he didn't lose. But yet, to try to live up to everybody's expectations, there was another set of rules he had to apply by.
And so when you go and you take on a project or you take on a client, I don't know, are you still taking clients on?
We are. I just met with R.A. I'm going to screw his name up. Can never say it right. It's Miloff. Mihailoff, right? Yeah, he's going to slap me because I always get it wrong. He's he was Texas Chainsaw Massacre. He was
okay.
Number 3.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we just had dinner with him about a week and a half ago. Speaking of that, that's my daughters went to meet him with me, and they were, you know, what's he going to be like? He's this big guy. They were all they saw was the movie and the character that he played. And then after we got there, and they met him, my daughters absolutely fell in love with him. He was that kind. He was a wonderful person. He actually sang to my daughter. My daughter's name was Brandy, and he sang to her a song. What's the name of the song he sang? Tennessee Whiskey, which talks about Brandy and the thing. So here's Leatherface,
wow.
out in public singing that song to my daughter. And it just gave a whole different perspective of a guy that played this horrible killer in this movie. So that's a prime example right there.
All right, I have something that is kind of related to the subject, and you may or may not know who this person is. Recently, there was a character portrayal in the show Walking Dead, and the man's name that is the actor is Josh McDermott. And he recently had to take all of his social media stuff down because he was getting people writing, well, I hope you die, or all of this other crazy stuff. And after a while, it seemed to cross a line that he didn't know if that person meant him as the person or him as the actor. But then after a while, it just didn't matter. People can have some very twisted ideas about the persona of the actor, especially if they have a particular role that is ongoing or is, say, larger than life.
That's very true. That's actually a testament to the acting ability, I guess, of some of the actors and actresses out there too. So that's kind of like a double-edged sword with them. But my feelings are, I mean, the way the internet is now, the way social media is, things have become really easy to become desensitized and to lose yourself into a character without looking at that person as just portraying a character. And I think we as a people got to step back and realize this is all make believe. This is all tinsel and glitter that's going on over here.
They
We're
used to
entertained.
understand that, though. They used to understand that. I mean, in my generation, probably your generation, and the ones before, they looked at that and they go, okay, that's an actor doing this thing. And how cool is it? Because, you know, they did that, but somewhere along the line, and you've got enough experience in entertainment and in the industry and with film to maybe perhaps make some sort of call on when do you think that might have switched?
My personal opinion on it would be this. I think back in the day, we had film legends. We had people that were very familiar with stage and screen because of the longevity of it. Back in the day, people had to keep working, even though they got a really good amount of money. It was nothing compared with today's standards. I mean, let's take Jim Carrey, for example, and the amount of money that he gets, millions of dollars for a 7-picture deal. Okay. So what are you going to do after that? Jim Carrey does his pictures. He doesn't have to do anything anymore. He can go off into the sunset. Whereas, and I'll go as far back as like Humphrey Bogart. I mean, he did 7 pictures and he still had to make another picture. So they stayed, the longevity of those entertainers stayed with us. And I think the public attached themselves to those individuals. John Wayne, another big one, became an American hero.
Right.
And he wasn't even a real cowboy.
I know, right?
Yeah. So I think that has something to do with it. I think the standards have changed. I think the way social media has changed has a lot to do with it. I'm not an expert in the field of humanity in that way, but I would say that's a big part of it anyways.
All right, so I found you because of a magazine that I saw. The cover of this magazine was amazing. I loved it. I loved the layout. I loved the stuff that was in it. I loved all of that. The magazine is called Crank It Up Magazine. And Brandy actually is the one that you recently handed over to for, I guess, production purposes and things of that sort. But what I would like you to do is please, first of all, give us an idea of what Crank It Up Magazine is about, the kinds of things that you bring into it, and then you know, a little bit more how it's moving it differently into the future.
Sure. We started that in 2014, actually on Thanksgiving. I had a good friend of mine out of Australia that was asking me to get involved with something like an iTunes sort of a promotional thing. And I took a look at it and I wasn't interested in it because to me, it didn't really do anything to help the indie performers out there. And I'm a big one for indie performers, actors, bands, singers, filmmakers. I think they're the wave of the future, and I think we should support them. So after a few weeks of being begged and prodded, I decided, okay, look, I'm going to do this, but I'm not going to do it like an iTunes. I'm not going to take anything from the indie artists. We're going to make this corporate run. So any artist that's involved with this magazine gets to be on it free of charge, and the corporate sponsors are picking up all the cost. So this has become a true indie magazine to help promote indie artists. We have a board which decides after listening to an artist or taking a look at their work, if we feel fit that they can come on. That way, we feel that we're getting the best of the best out there. And what it's doing is it's creating a platform for the artist, like in iTunes. iTunes is a platform to go and sell your music, but you get lost in the crowd. I mean, anybody can go to iTunes and for $29.95 get your music up there, but who's going to know you're there outside of the small following that you have? That's one of the reasons I wanted to build Crank It Up, and which we have done. Since 2014, we've raised that to close to 2 million views. We're at 65,000 subscribers monthly with over 500,000 views every month. And we're tied in with Galaxy 107 FM out of New Zealand, which promotes a lot of our talent that we put on the air. And their viewership is somewhere in around 5 to 6 million each broadcast.
Talk about Galaxy. Talk about how you got connected with them and the importance of what you saw with Galaxy as to why you decided to do this.
Well, we actually have at the time we had over 120 radio stations that were working with us, and it was getting confusing because people were confusing Crank It Up with all these other different radio stations. And when I met Barbara and Grant from Galaxy and saw what they were doing and what they had going on and the numbers that were there, they actually approached me and said, "Hey, can we do something together?"
Right.
So I wanted to keep the entities separate, but join forces so that we could help, indie artists. That was the whole goal of this thing. So that's when we came up with the idea of Crank It Magazine having a radio station, but it's independent. It's with Galaxy, but everything that we do is together. So we say Crank It Up, powered by Galaxy 107 FM.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And it is really run in the true indie spirit of things. You're doing some amazing work over there. So if you would like to talk about this, that would be kind of cool. You've decided to hand it over to Brandy. Is there some other projects that you are going to be working on that wouldn't allow for you to be as glued into that project as you are now, or what was
That's exactly right. I've got so many things going on right now. We've got Cinema Epoch coming here with my good friend Gino Magahi, who is actually distribution manager for Cinema Epoch, and we've been friends for many, many years. And Greg, who's the owner of Cinema Epoch, is now bringing a few of their films over to Pennsylvania so that I can co-direct with my good friend. Gino's also been writing quite a few of our screenplays that we've been producing. One in particular that we just finished, Exorcism of the Seventh Demon, was just released through Amazon Prime. It's going out through Sony distribution, and it's going to be available on Blu-ray. And I understand they're even getting it in Walmart, so that's kind of a big deal for us. We also have some other screenplays that we have coming on. I've been working on one with Lionsgate Films for the last 2 years, and it looks like it's coming to Apparition this summer. We're all flying down there with my team, which would be Gino Magahi and Dale Rangas, who is our audio-visual cinematographer. He runs Rangas Studios out of Pennsylvania down here, about 45 minutes from me. He's got a 2,500 square foot facility, and we shot Demon together and hit it off so well that we decided to partner up on everything. So yeah, I've got some really big things in the works, and if this deal goes through with Lionsgate, this will be my first theatrical release on the backside of 60. So that's kind of special for me.
That is very special. Something else that is very special. All right, so I've been talking with a number of people about marketing and different kinds of things, approaches and stuff like that. Some try to go and knock people over the head and say, I'm here and I've got this and blah, blah, blah. And sometimes that works, but like half of a 1% that works. But
Right.
the rest of when it really does work is when you actually start to make a friendship, develop a friendship, learn about each other, and likes, dislikes, different kinds of things that they're interested in, and see if there is a blending there before you try to start talking about yourself. How
Yep.
important and why is that important?
I think that's very important, and we've kept our family very tight here as we've been progressing with both the magazine and film. The last films that we've shot, I mean, it's been the same group of people with us. You start to know and think like each other are going to start to think. The actors work well together. So it's very important to have a tight knit family structure within your business. Just like you, Jackie. I mean, when I first met you, I went and I looked at your stuff and I was like, wow, I like what this lady's got going on here. So we started talking and look at us now. Now I'm on your show and I know that you're going to be doing some things with our Crank It Up magazine and looking forward to a great friendship there down the road with you. And that's how it is with me. If I find somebody that's like yourself, I want to keep them. I want to hang on to them because it's all about promoting each other. And that's one thing I want to say, that this is a really big pond out there, and we can all help each other out. It's not like this, well, I'm going to do this and you can't do that, or I'm better than you. No, it's not. We should all come together. The indie people really need to stick together so we can stick it to the big guys that are trying to control everything. Can
you talk some more about just that? Because I had a conversation a few days ago with someone where, these kinds of elements were coming up. Go a little bit longer on that.
Well, it's being forced down our throats. What we're seeing, what we're listening to, what we're hearing. We're, like I'll take a big major label, for example. With my daughters were going on The Voice. They actually made it to the third cut. They got all of their cards and they were going to go down to California. And then they slapped this big, huge contract down in front of us, as big as a phone book. And I took that to our attorney, who we've known for years, and he says, John, he says, I wouldn't sign this thing. They're going to control the girls for like 7 years. So we were weighing off the national exposure over what the contract stipulated. So we were like, no, we're not going to sign this. So my girls did not go on. They were kind of devastated about it. But in the mainstay of things, we found a bunch of producers that are working with the girls and going strong with them. So like what you got going on here, how you're growing, Jackie.
Yes.
And how you're presenting what you're presenting, that's actually changing the face to help the indie artist out there. And that should be applauded.
You're going to make me cry. Don't make me cry.
No, you deserve it.
Thank you. All right. We're going to move over to your girls. Your girls have, let's see, Brandy and Sierra.
Mm-hmm.
Rain, the Rain sisters, and they are the most requested female singers out of New Zealand at Galaxy 107 FM. Amazing. What kinds of music do they do? And do they write their own stuff, or do they do, what do you call that? I don't want to say remake. I just did. But
cover tunes? Yeah.
Yeah. Do they do cover tune?
Yeah, they do cover tunes, but they've been working on an album now for the last couple of months, and they're just getting it all tied up. We have a small studio here in my house where they record downstairs and do vocals and that sort of stuff. Recently, we booked in with Dale Rongus and his studios, and he's doing all the audio down there for us. Also with band and studio musicians. We are planning on a trip over to New Zealand. We've got some concert things that we're talking about right now, not only to bring the girls, but some of the other artists over there, because they are in such demand. Grant's telling me that every morning they go in and there's like at least 1,000 requests for the songs for the girls. So that's kind of exciting.
Wow, wow. All right, so we had some questions here. Dee Dee has some questions, I think, from the chat room. Go ahead, Dee Dee.
No, they're not actually from the chat room. They're actually mine.
Oh, all right. Well, then bring it. Let's
Scary,
go.
I know.
Oh, right.
All right. The first one is any tips, do's or don'ts for new upcoming actors or artists?
Any do's or don'ts? I would say the big thing is don't over exaggerate your portfolio. That would be
yeah, that's bad.
yeah.
Yeah.
Try to stay as true to the picture as possible without too much finessing. And because as soon as you go out and start opening your mouth, people that are in the business, they can tell right away if you're, pulling their leg, and it doesn't look good, and it doesn't set a good precedence to want to work with somebody like that. Even though it's pretty standard, everybody tries to fluff their resume a little bit.
Well, they go. I think they try to do that because maybe they haven't done enough in the area, or they're not. They feel like maybe they're a transplant and they used to live, say, in Atlanta, and now they're in LA or something like that, and they don't have that foundation. But it's still not the reason to do something like that. There's never a reason to.
Yeah,
to
I
do
think
that.
I think what they're thinking is the people in power won't look at them because they don't have enough under their belt, not enough experience. But I find myself, I would rather get somebody with less experience that'll come onto a set with like a movie production that will listen to direction. They work a lot better than those that think they know everything about everything. So I like to work with people that have, limited experience, and it's not going to help if you go down to Universal Studios and you fluff your resume because you really got no star power anyways. So the ones that are in that position of star power, they're already being looked at by the studios. So it's better to go in and be honest and open with everybody in there.
Right. Dee Dee?
All right, this goes back to where we were talking about some of the actors, having problem. Being a promoter, do you give actors any advice to like people that are having problems getting out of bad characters?
Oh, you mean being like stereotyped?
No, more kind of the method, kind of like, I hate to say it, Heath Ledger. He got into the character and then couldn't get out. And
oh, wow. Once again, double-edged sword.
yeah.
I mean, you're like really super good, but now what? I would, geez, my advice there would be that would be up to the individual how they're going to handle the roles and what they're going to do to get into it. I know Jack Nicholson was marvelous about flipping a switch. He would work himself up into a frenzy right before cameras rolled, and then as soon as it was over, turn it off. So if you're going to be an actor, that's one of the things you're going to have to look at is turning the light switch on and off. And don't let it consume you. You consume it. You become what you want it to become, and then put it on a shelf and go home. That would be my best advice.
Let's talk about your film work, because not only were you very immersed in being a promoter and being around these diverse situations with people, but I would say recently, although 15 years is not really recent, you've stepped into the pool of film work. So let's talk about some of your creations in that particular genre, industry, all of that.
Sure. I actually fell into film because I was a big concert promoter. I was working in the Metropolitan. I handled a lot of the bigger shows on the East Coast, Kiss, Bush, that sort of thing. And I was looking for a venue that could hold 50,000 for Bush, and I stumbled across a brewery which was near Fulton, New York. And make a long story short, they asked me if I wanted to see it. I said, yeah, sure, why not? I'm here. Went in and looked at it, and the first thing that hit me was this could be a motion picture facility. So I spent about a year of my life putting together a prospectus for Riverview Productions. And I ended up buying that brewery for, I think it was $14 million. I bought the brewery for. And I raised, I don't know how much money it was out of Europe. It was 500 million and 65 million out of Denver. And make a long story short, friends of 16 years stabbed me in the back over money. So I ended up suing my own company before it got off the ground for $500 million, and everything folded. That took a lot out of me. It took a lot out of me emotionally, physically. I was drained. I didn't want to do anything. So I took a hiatus. I was gone for quite a while. I didn't do anything. I kind of lounged around in my bathrobe and ate potato chips and felt sorry for myself. And a good friend of mine came in and shook me by the collar and says, John, you got to do something. You can't just do this anymore. And I said, I don't want to do anything. He says, it's got to be something you want to do. And I says, I always wanted to make a movie. He says, make a movie. I said, I don't know the first thing about it.
I don't know what I'm doing.
I didn't. I knew TV because I'd worked with Fox before. I'd worked with PBS. I'd done quite a bit of TV shows. So I went out and I made my first movie, and it was absolutely terrible. It was pitiful. But nobody made fun of me. They all surrounded me, and they gave me pointers, told me what I needed to do. And I made another one, and then again I made another one. And they're to date, they're all low budget flicks. But I've gotten better each time. I know the 22-minute short that we just shot, Three for the Money, that really got me some prize reviews out of Canada and some major producers there. So that's really how I fell into film. And that's really what got me going with film. And I got bit by the film bug, and that's what I love. That's what I love to do now.
Very cool. All right, so we have some questions from the chat room. Please go ahead, Dee.
All right, the first one is, do you have any goals that has as of yet completed in the film industry?
Have any goals that have, I don't understand the question.
Do you have any goals that have not or have yet been done yet in the film industry?
Have yet to be done yet? Yes.
Right.
My theatrical release. That's the big one I'm working on right now.
Okay, next question.
And are you a good reference point to talk with when a person desires to write a screenplay? And is there a way to contact you?
You can contact me. You can go to polestarprod.com, and there's a way to contact me there in our contact sheet. As far as me critiquing a script or a screenplay, I am not the best person in the world for that. I do write, but I'm not that good. I'm more of a visionary person than I am a writer. But if I read through a script and I like it, what I generally do is I go to somebody like Gino, who's a very good friend of mine, and he is a script writer, and then get his thoughts on it. And then if he likes it, and he might pick it up, and we might present that to somebody. That's how it works with me, anyways.
Good, good. Next question, please.
That's it so far.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah, that was it.
On my
It
screen,
wasn't edited.
you know, on my I'm on my screen. What I'm looking at is there's a whole bunch of questions on there, and I didn't think that he got to the end of it, but apparently
Yeah,
he did.
one of them needed to be edited, and he edited it.
Oh, is that what that was? All right, so cool. Thank you so much.
I do have another one from another person.
See, there is always another question.
Always, right at the end. What makes a good script?
Yeah.
You know what? That's a. Let me see how I'm going to answer that. I look at a good script two different ways. If it's a low budget production, I look at a script as being not overwritten. In other words, it's wrote to be low budget. You're not writing for Steven Spielberg on a $20,000 budget. So when you're writing those scripts for indie films, which are usually micro budgets, don't overwrite. Write for what can be completed along those guidelines, and then keep it as exciting and dimensional as you can. Anything with new twists on it, turns, that sort of thing. I myself am partial to a good horror flick, and I'm looking. I'm always looking for, wow, that's different, and boy, we could really do something with that. So I think that's the real key. If you're looking to do indie films with smaller production houses such as us for that type of a budget, right within the realms of those guidelines.
All right, I need to talk to you about this word budget. When you're talking about indie film and you're talking about script and getting some actors that are relatively decent and on all of that kind of thing, what, I guess, is the way that someone should construct how much money needs to be done for the project for it to get completed in a B movie film style?
Well, the first thing you got to do is just determine your script and what you're going to have in that script. Then you've got to break it down. I, for one, don't like to over budget a script, and I'll tell you why. Like I can go out right now to Fortune 500 Films, which does a lot of the stuff for us, or I've got some other independents that will say, hey, here's 150,000. I wouldn't even touch it, because I know in the indie market and what we're going up against, to make that $150,000 back is nearly impossible. So I like to keep the films $20,000, $30,000, and put it all on the back end. That way, after the producers get paid off, there is a back end and people are making money. And that's what a film is. I mean, I love making films, but you're also making films to make money.
Right.
To put more money into another film.
Right, to do, and that's exactly what it is. It's nuts. I have talked to a number of indie film artists who have made film after film after film, and some of them, they're getting up to that mid range where people are starting to pay attention from other areas, and their passion. They're so passionate about getting that new script that they're not thinking about, let's take this money and save it for a rainy day, because it always seems to be this one more, and this is so cool, and I want to try this, and I want to bring in that, and is there ever a way for these people to be able to have a little bit of both, like maybe put some away, for that rainy day? Or do you find that they're mostly all or nothing, and this is how it just is?
Well, the first thing that most production companies lack is distribution. So
Right.
I've got friends, I'm not going to say who they are, but I mean, they've actually mortgaged their houses to do a film. And there's a couple of guys that are coming here to the Pennsylvania area that have put a lot into their film. And the first thing I asked them, I said, well, who's distributing it? And they go, oh, we haven't got that yet. I was shocked at that. I was like, okay,
All right, let me break in because I got a couple of questions going on there. All right, so I have a friend of mine that says if you're going to do a production, you need to put the marketing up in the front. Don't wait for the end, because if you do that, then you've got nothing at the end or nothing to go towards. So when you're going to put a production together, how do you go about, or what steps should you take to be able to get that stuff set up so that when you get to the point where you're getting ready to wrap and start editing and put it in the can and all of that to finish it, what should these indie people be doing? And you are the perfect person to ask that question.
Well, in my opinion, if you do not have distribution on a film, be very careful with the funding. Keep your funding very limited. Do the best that you can for a very limited amount, because the most you're going to be able to do is to market that through some place like a Create Space or something, where you're going to be very limited in views, family, friends, that sort of a thing. Unless you have a lot more money that you can put into marketing. But if you're putting all your money into marketing and not in the film, you're going to be marketing a film that's not very marketable. So you have to stay. That's what I was trying to tell you before. You have to stay within the boundaries of those micro budgets and what you're going to do with them. Get a few films under your belt, get them out there, and then try to pick up a distributor, and do that by the quality of your work. Not by how many special effects you can throw in, but how the storyline flows, production values. I know sound is a big thing.
Yes.
More so than video. I mean, you can watch a video that's shot really well and then have the sound be like crap and you don't even want to look at it. So make sure your production values are high. And then seek distribution on. There's a lot of distribution companies out there, but the problem is there's a lot of low budget production houses out there. So your deal for distribution is probably not going to be that great when you get started, until you get a film that hits, that gets 60 million clicks or something. So it's that level where you want to keep climbing the staircase. You want to go higher and higher and higher and higher. Make sure that each film that you do is good. Make sure you don't go in debt for the films. Make sure that people don't lose money on the films. And if you are taking money from people, don't say, I've got the best film in the world and I know this is going to be the next Paranormal Activity and we stand a chance to make millions, because you don't. It's a crapshoot. It really is. And you got a better chance at taking that money and buying lottery tickets than to have a film become successful. So I'm very honest with people. Like the people I work with, they can afford to throw away $30,000 and take a loss with it. And that's the understanding up front. I mean, if you can wipe your butt with 30,000, then the movie business is for you. Come on with me and let's make a movie.
Right. In the publishing industry, there is a rule that we go 3, 5, 7. Three books, somebody's starting to pay attention. 5 books, you're starting to get better at what you're doing. Then when you hit 7, you're going to know whether or not you've got an audience that's solid and whether or not you can go to that next level. And assuredly, by that time, it may be the same thing with the process of indie film and getting these films. And I'm not talking like little tiny micro films that only are like 5 minutes. Talking get some girth in these productions. So let me ask you, and I know that we got some other questions coming in, but I want to ask you first, the kinds of lengths of film, or does it matter? Is the quality of the film more important than the length of it, or is the length of it at some point a big consideration, whether or not you can get to that, like say, next level?
Well, yeah, if you're talking about distribution in a film, feature has to be in the realms of 80 minutes at least.
80 minutes.
Yeah, at
Okay.
least in that, yeah, to call it a feature.
Mm-hmm.
A short, it can be anything from 5 minutes to 20 minutes in that realm. And if you're shooting a short, a lot of people will shoot a short and then shop them out to different, what do you call them?
Indie film festivals.
Yes, the film festival circuit. But those cost money to get into too,
Yeah.
So yeah, you've got to have a little bit of money there to put those around, and hopefully you're going to get, some recognition there. Now, and I know guys that have shot, shorts, and they've gotten all kinds of recognition, still doesn't go anywhere, because it's a short, so you can't really do much with it unless you can get somebody to want to turn it into a feature. And once again, that's very slim and seldom happens. So.
Okay, I know DD has a question from the chat room or from somewhere.
That would be my question.
Go.
Okay, we're talking about budget and setting budget, or don't overwrite the budget. Do you want to set a budget before you write, or do you want to write and then kind of set and then edit your script?
Both ways work fine. I mean, if you have a budget in mind, yeah, that's perfect. Then you know what you can write into it, and you can plan on it. But if you don't have a budget and you don't have anybody that's going to give you the money, and you want to try to shop the script around, that's what I was saying before. Then write it within a realistic realm of a low budget production, because the chances are going to be good that it's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's not to say just don't write for theatrical releases, because there is a market for that, and who knows, you could get picked up by one of the major production companies that like your script. But in all reality, that's slim. That's really, really slim. It's like going out and saying, okay, I'm going to be the next super rock and roll star, and I'm going to go out and I'm going to play this album, and everybody's going to fall in love with it, and I'm on my way. Very seldom does that happen. Like I said, I'm on the backside of 60, and I've been doing this for quite a few years, and I'm just now getting to the point where people are looking at me and going, wow, maybe we should give them a budget.
You know what? I kind of sort of, I got a little tiny feel of what that feels like. And I'm not going to say how old I am, but I'm a vampire. So, I'm at least 300 years old. So, I've been around the block a few times, and it's finally now starting for people to pay attention and all that kind of stuff. All right. So I do know that we have some questions from the chat room now.
Yeah, they're coming through.
If you would be ever so kind to give us a little bit more of your time, because we are right at that 2-minute mark, and that's not going to be enough time to cover that.
Sure.
Go ahead. These are the last questions that will be coming from the chat room. So go ahead, DD.
Would you be interested in doing a film in the area of fantasy? Elves, dragons, trolls.
I would. The problem with fantasy films are they usually need a budget. They need a pretty good budget to pull them off, depending on what the realm of the fantasy is. But yeah, I'd love to do a fantasy film.
Especially building a big CG dragon.
Yeah.
I love dragons. Dragons are like awesome.
They scare me.
I love that kind of stuff.
I know, right?
When considering film distribution, what market are you
Specifically?
Specifically
catch
looking
that.
for, and what do you think of the productions done in China by American companies? Huh?
You kind of cut out on me. I didn't get that.
All right. So the gist of the question here is, when you're considering film distribution, what markets should you specifically look at? And is
What do you think the productions done in China by American company?
it's a twofold question. So
Yeah.
first question, first part of that question, when you're considering distribution, I guess maybe how should you go about that process, as far as being an indie? What you should be aware of when you're first putting your toes into it?
Well, if I think what you're asking is what genre maybe. I find horrors very easy to get out there. Horrors one of those fields where it's always in demand. So
Mhm.
if you're shopping around for the first time, if you've got a good horror movie, chances are it'll get picked up because horror is really easy to sell. As far as the Chinese market, if you're talking about the Chinese and their films, I think there's some pretty good stuff that's been coming out of the area lately. I also think that some of the bigger production companies are headed there because of cost. If you can shave 30% off a multi-million-dollar budget, that's a lot of money. So.
Right. There are a lot of films that are also being produced in the UK. I when I do this show, a lot of times we have people from across the pond, and they talk about how how they do what they do, and mostly apocalyptic work. But the interesting thing is that a lot of American films, especially in those genres, are being produced over in the UK, primarily for cost, but there is also scenery and things like that that are not as familiar as it would be like, say, if they shot it in the States.
Well, the film ambassadors over there too are clamoring to get pictures made over there. I know my wife is Filipino, and the ambassador of entertainment over there is clamoring for us to come over there, and they want to give us all kinds of different incentives to do some films over there, and which we're really looking at. Same way with New Zealand. I know Grant's got several producers over there that want to talk to me after we get there about doing films, and I'm totally open to do that. I would love to shoot in that country and use some of that setting there.
Yes, yes. All right. So we are at the top of the hour, and we have had an amazing 5 hours, film production, special effects, all of this really cool stuff. And I knew that my last hour was going to be a power hour, but I didn't know it was going to be that amazing. Thank you so much for your experience, and your insight was very candid, and we appreciate that so much. So I get to ask you, what do you think about this show and your experience on it?
Oh, I was watching your show just the other night. I was looking through some of your previous shows. Absolutely brilliant. I love what you're doing. I can see the amount of work and effort that you put in to make these shows the shows that they are, and I can only see it growing hugely in the future for you here. And the good that you're doing for everybody by doing these shows is going to come back to you tenfold. You're going to be blessed many times over. You're a good person, Jackie, and I'm honored that you asked me to be a part of this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. And before I start bawling like a baby, because this show is, I am so passionate about this show. I need to get DD to do what he needs to do to wrap things up. So go ahead and say your final comments and or whatever about
tonight and everything. I got it. We have had power hour. We have had awesome hump hour. Everything was awesome all tonight. Little shout outs real quick. Derek, Schultz, they just popped in the room. Hey, guys. And for everybody else, thank you for coming on. Thank you, John, for especially your advice and all your knowledge. And for everybody else, everybody have a good night, a good morning, and a good afternoon. No sound bite.
Hit
No
the
sound
button.
bite. No, no,
No sound bite.
no.
That's all, folks. No dead door closing the door. This is indie, people. This is raw. This is
Hey,
Windows. Love you guys.
just
Thank
like
you.
Zombie likes it raw.
Yeah, just like Zombie likes it raw. All right, we got to go. Thank you so much. Good night.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.